Okay, everybody, please, let's start getting back.
Journal archive. And finally, 5, the world around us. All right, section 1, Mini-Melow, who we are. So first up, let's establish exactly who we're talking about. Who stands for, this is Society for the
Can you go outside the room? Go outside the room. Hey, what are you doing? Uday, on mute. Yes, so just one test. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Chenzo, are you able to hear us? Yes, ma'am. The people who are online, can you please, people who are online, can you please, the people who are online, can you please affirm if we are audible to you? Thumbs up or thumbs up or Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lakpa, can you please take over? Call the speakers on. We have to start the session. There's a change.
Okay. I got it.
Okay. Why not? Then open.
Hello. I'd like to request all the presenters and all the students to kindly be seated.
This side.
I'd like to request that rather than sitting at this side, please shift to this side because you'll be able to see the projector better. All the students, participants, and presenters, please kindly be seated. We'll be starting with the sessions now.
May I request Samashri Sarkar, Bhakti Vaishnav and Anand Ashish to please come here. We should start this session. Yeah. Because there are delegates waiting online.
We will now move into our technical sessions, where research meets reflection and individual inquiry becomes part of a collective discourse, an intellectual space where ideas are rigorously examined, perspectives thoughtfully exchanged, and scholarship enriched through dialogue and critical development. We have on the chairs Professor Manpreet Kaur and Dr. Uy Teramoto will be joining us online. So, our first presenter for the day is Dr. Tanushree Sarkar.
There, then she might want to share.
You see the participants, it's Professor Uy.
Is Dr. Uy Teramoto with us online?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present here.
Yeah. You can talk.
Professor Singh tells you what we'll do is we have three physical presenters, so we can begin and maybe you could sum it up. Is that okay? She said I'm there. So we'll begin and then we'll request you to conclude the session. So without further delay, I'll request Tanushree Sarkar, who is the head and assistant professor at SRM University, Sikkim, to present her paper. Tanushree.
Dr. Uy, we would like to know if we are audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am.
Want to see it?
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. With due respect to the chairperson and other delegates, I would like to introduce my research topic. From Macondo to Kolkata, cultural memory in 100 years of solitude and the songs of Kabir Suman. So to introduce my topic, I'd like to focus on memory. What is memory? So it is not a fixed record as we know, but dynamic and reconstructive in nature. Memory is shaped by emotion, perception, and contexts. It connects past, present, and future, shaping identity. In literature, basically, memory often appears as flashback, nostalgia, or fragmented narration. Now, about the collective memory refers to the shared pool of memories. It's held by a group or community. So, memory is socially framed within the social context, like family, class, nation, language. So, it is selective and constructed, but not purely historical truth. And it helps in forming group identity and continuity over time. Now, next, cultural memory. So now, after understanding memory and collective memory, if you focus on cultural memory, that's the title of my topic. So cultural memory is the institutionalized form of collective memory preserved through text, rituals, symbols, and traditions. So it is a long-lasting and transgenerational. So it's found in literature, songs, monuments, myths, and archives. So it acts as a repository of a society's values, history, etc. Now, moving forward to the next slide, that is the novel what I have chosen, 100 Years of Solitude. So, Macondo as a living archive of cultural memory. As others, I mean, the keynote speakers already they already depicted that how, with the help of cyclical time, repetition of names, even Amit sir mentioned that repetition of numbers. So, oral storytelling, collective history, myths, and identity across the generations. And also memory loss and narrative preservation, especially in Insomnia Plague and the Banana Massacre show how cultural memory resists and surviving through manuscripts, magical realism, and lived experience despite historical forgetting. Now, let me introduce who is Kabir Suman. So, Kabir Suman is the pioneering Bengali singer-songwriter who transformed modern urban Bengali music in the 1990s. He is known for introducing Jibonmukhi Gan, that is life-oriented songs, deeply personal yet socially grounded. It blends music, poetry, and everyday speech, creating intimate, narrative-driven songs. He uses simple language to capture complex emotional and cultural experiences. So, both Macondo and Kolkata, if we try to understand Kolkata, so transform space into memory, the spatial memory, where lived experience becomes cultural history through narrative songs. So, for my paper, I have selected two songs by Kabir Suman. One is Jatishwar and another one is Tomake Jai. So, few lines, I will obviously translate it. So, it's like that. অমরত্বের প্রত্যাশা নেই, নেই কোনো দাবি দেওয়া, এই নশ্বর জীবনের মানে শুধু তোমাকে চাওয়া। মুহূর্ত যায় জন্মের মতো অন্ধ জাতি ঈশ্বর, গত জন্মের ভুলে যাওয়া স্মৃতি বিস্মৃত অক্ষর। So these lines explore the idea of reincarnation as a metaphor for memory that transcends time, and it blurs the boundary between past and present identities, suggesting continuity of self. It reflects urban life, relationships, and emotional residues carried across time. And it also presents memory as layered, fragmented, and deeply personal yet collective. So it suggests that the present self is shaped by echoes of forgotten or previous lives. Now the next song, that is Tomake Chai. So it expresses an intimate and personal longing that I want you. And in the song also, there is a repetition. There is a repetition, Ami Tomake Chai, Ami Tomake Chai. There is a repetition. So it blends love with urban everyday life of Kolkata and grounding romance in the reality of Kolkata. So uses as a conversational and confessional tone and making the song feel like direct speech. So it transforms personal emotion into collective urban memory and identity. It also reflects how love is intertwined with time, place, and lived experience. So these are some review of literature which I have done. And in the research gap, I found that there are existing studies on 100 years of solitude, which focus mainly on memory magical realism, and historiography within a Latin American framework, and limited attention to the interdisciplinary comparison between literature and music as parallel forms of cultural memory. And the research on Kabir Suman primarily examines political protest and urban identity, not the cultural memory. So there is a lack of cross-cultural analysis connecting Latin American literary texts with Bengali musical narratives. Now, moving forward to my research objectives, here I'm trying to understand the concept of cultural memory through my paper. And the second one is to analyze the narrative style of Gabriel Garcia Marquez in 100 Years of Solitude as a means of preserving collective memory. The third one is to explore the representation of Macondo as an archive of cultural memory, focusing on themes of history, forgetting, and cyclical time. And next one is to study the songs of Kabir Suman, particularly those two songs, as musical texts that document the emotional and socio-political realities of Kolkata. And the last one is to compare literary and musical forms as mediums of cultural memory, highlighting similarities and differences in their modes of expression. Now I have used qualitative research method, and close textual and literary analysis has been done, and comparative and interdisciplinary approach is present there. Now, in my theoretical framework, I applied Maurice Holberg's collective memory and the idea of Jan Assmann's cultural memory and Henry Ledber's spatial theory. Next, moving forward. So, in the case of analysis and findings, so cultural memory as social and symbolic construction. So, in Macondo, memory is not individual but shared, constructed through language, naming, etc. So this line is there, so we all know this line. So this is a cow, she must be milked every morning so that she will produce milk, and the milk must be boiled in order to be mixed with coffee to make coffee and milk. So here memory is externalized through writing, through language, confirming Holberg's idea that social frameworks like language and symbols sustain memory when internal memory fails. Now, moving forward to the next slide, extending this, if when I apply Assmann's concept of cultural memory, it explains how such practices become institutionalized. The act of labeling objects transforms memory into a durable cultural system, and it preserves meaning beyond individual experience. Similarly, in the songs of Kabir Suman, memory operates in the intersection of personal and collective. Especially in the song Tomake Chai, personal longing becomes a shared emotional experience. It is not only a mere, romantic longing. Rather, it illustrates Holberg's claim that, Holberg's claim that individual memory is shaped by social context, while Assmann would interpret the song as a cultural artifact preserving the urban memory. Now, narrative style and memory through magical realism, if we try to understand, Marquez's use of magical realism aligns with Assmann's theory as it transforms narrative into a medium of cultural preservation. The opening line of the novel, many years later, he was to remember that distant afternoon. So it demonstrates how time collapses into memory, reflecting Assmann's idea that cultural memory transcends chronological boundaries. And from a Holberg's perspective, this nonlinear narration reflects how memory is reconstructed in the present rather than retrieved objectively. In the song Jatishwar, Suman evokes the idea of remembering past lives, which resonates with Assmann's concept of transgenerational memory. The song suggests that identity is layered with past experiences, similar to Marquez's cyclical narrative. Now, Macondo as spatial memory. So, using Henry Ledber's spatial theory, Macondo can be interpreted as a memory producing space. So, three kinds of spaces here we can try to understand that perceived space, that is physical reality. So, the gradual decay of Macondo reflects the erosion of cultural memory. The insomnia plague, which shows how physical conditions affect cognitive and social memory as well. And in the concept space, the second one, ideological space, the The banana company represents capitalist and capitalist and colonial power structures. So there haven't been any dead here. This is the line. So this denial demonstrates how institutions control memory, aligning with Asman's idea of selective cultural memory, that is canon versus archive. You can try to understand that. Now, lived space, that is experiential space. Magical realism embodies lived experience where memory, myth, and emotion merge. And there is a line from the novel that there must have been 3,000 of them. So he becomes a carrier of counter memory, preserving what official narrative it is. Now, Kolkata in Suman's song as lived space, if we try to understand, applying labor, Kolkata in Suman's song functions primarily as lived space. So in the first song, Tomake Chai, the city Kolkata is experienced through emotion, love, and longing, and memory is intimate and sensory. In the second song, the city becomes a historical and cultural continuum. From Hallmark's perspective, these songs show how urban memory is collectively shared, while Asman's framework identifies them as cultural text and preserving socio-political consciousness. Now, literature and music, my fifth objective. So, literature and music as cultural memory archives. So, both Marquez and Suman function as archivists of memory, but through different modes. So, Marquez constructs a mythical archive, Macondo, and he uses narrative to preserve erased histories. And in the case of Suman, he creates a musical archive in Kolkata, and he uses lyrics to capture lived urban experience. So through Asman's lens, both forms transform memory into cultural symbols that outlive individual experiences. Moving forward to the next slide. Yes.
First 15 minutes, yes.
Intense.
Next slide. Go to the file.
Me.
So, if I need to conclude my findings of my research work, then the thing is like memory is socially constructed and it is shared, but not purely individual. And secondly, both Macondo and Kolkata, it functions as collective memory spaces, the place spaces. Personal experiences like love and trauma, it become collective narratives, and literature and songs act as cultural archives preserving memory across the generations. So memory is institutionalized through narrative and music. Cultural texts resist historical erasure and forgetting. Here, space is not passive. It actively produces and carries memory. So Macondo, if it's it's fictional, and Kolkata real, if we try to understand it in this way, so both function as memory-laden spaces, and perceived, conceived, and lived spaces interact to shape cultural memory. So Marquez uses magical realism to universalize memory, and Suman uses lyrical realism to personalize memory. So both demonstrate that memory is cyclical and layered, and art is a site of resistance against all the forgetting. So in this way, I tried my best to make the audience understand that how cultural memory in the novel and in those two songs function. Thank you.
Now I invite the next presenter, who's Bhakti Vaishnav, Assistant Professor from Government Arts and Science College, Bavla, Gujarat. And she's speaking on the most loved text, 100 Years of Solitude. You will share your title, right? So each presenter has 15 minutes. Huh? I'll remind you 2 minutes before time. Hello.
Good noon, everyone. And the title of my paper is Narrative, Creative, creativity and post-colonial elements in adaptation of 100 Year of Solitude into a web series. The paper initially talks about the background of the novel. We all know, so I am skipping that part because I have limited time. And then there is some discussion on adaptations of various films that are made on Marcus's works. Skipping that part, I begin with adaptation is a creative process, as Linda Hutton has proved, but this creative process also is assessed through the elements of and adherence to the source text in terms of fidelity, and it becomes even more a daunting task to adapt 100 Years of Solitude by the Nobel Prize winner Gracia Marquez, who did not give rights of the novel to be adapted as a movie. However, in 2019, his family agreed to give rights for its adaptation into a web series with certain conditions. The OTT platform Netflix streamed the first 8 episodes of this adaptation in 2024. This series, consisting of total 16 episodes, was given consent to be adapted by Marquez's family, is shot in Colombia, in Spanish, and with all Colombian actors, as per the conditions of the author's family. Yashodhara Gupta appreciates this critically acclaimed web series in the following words, I quote, "This is a homage to Gracia Marquez's radical act of historicizing the magical or politicizing the personal, reinstating in a world of short-term algorithmic memory that stories are born from people and time," I am quote. This family saga that encompasses generations and host of characters reflect the Latin belief system, culture, and importantly, Colombian history. The web series in its first 8 episodes cover almost the one-third of the novel in all its elements and spirit. Labeled as one of the most ambitious productions of Latin American history, it is directed by two great Colombian directors, Alex Lopez and Laura Mora, who have strived to adapt the novel into a web series of international stature and grandeur. Hutton insists on understanding and adaptation in 3 ways: as a product, as a process of creation, and as a process of reception. The first season of Thank you, ma'am. The first season of 8 installments excels in being product and as a process of reception in multiple ways. Hutton says, I quote, "The shift in medium always means a shift in the way stories are told," I unquote. And the medium in the web series is audiovisual language, cinematography, and narrative that are employed to creatively reimagine the novel. As mentioned earlier, the web series, the producers, directors, and the actors have taken utmost pain to remain faithful to the source text. Therefore, the question of deviation or fidelity is answered in it and well taken care of. However, despite remaining faithful in its story, tone, themes, settings, and strict adherence to Colombian history, the web series has creatively reimagined through some creative changes in the narrative. The novel begins with Colonel Bundia. Now there is some confusion over this pronunciation. I got even more confused because Latin says it's Bondia, and when you watch the web series, they pronounce facing armed squad and ready to die, and remembering the times when gypsies visited Macondo and how Jose Arcadio got intrigued by their instruments and techniques. The novel progresses further into details of his adventures and pursuit of scientific knowledge and discoveries through the instruments brought from the gypsies. The history of how Macondo came into existence follows after Aureliano's childhood memories of his father's obsession and meddling with the new instruments and discoveries. Whereas the OTT adaptation begins with the celebration of the wedding of Jose Arcadio and Ursula Iguaran. As Jason Mitchell, in his narrative theory and adaptation, suggests, narrative is not just story but a structured system of events and includes storytelling techniques. Narrative includes plot, character, perception, and narration according to Mitchell. And these are the aspects which are reshaped or reimagined as per the demand of the medium. The web series makes the change in the narrative to suit the demands of its medium. The most striking change in the narrative is the shift in spatial and temporal narration. The novel keeps moving back and forth in its narration, making it primarily non-linear. The web series, on the other hand, primarily depends on linear narrative with occasional futuristic remarks or some flashbacks or invoking memories of the past. Though the repetition of the line Colonel Aureliano Bundia was to remember, and even some of the lines depicting the end of Arcadio are faithfully maintained in the series, there are, however, many incidents which are developed over time in the series, where in the novel they have been woven by going back and forth in time. Thus, the web series plays in the novel in terms of the play of the novel in terms of spatial and temporal narration is adapted into more structured and linear manner in the narrative of the series. There are other minor changes in the flow of the stories too. For example, the government note that orders houses to be painted blue occurs before the party, and the arrival of the magistrate also occurs before the party in the novel, whereas in the series the order is delivered right in the middle of the party and the magistrate is introduced afterwards. There are some more events which I have enlisted, but I am skipping them because I want to focus on post-colonial aspect also. Thus, there are exclusions of some incidents like Tina Miller fighting and pulling hair of other women who made fun of Arcadio. In regards to this, Jason Mitchell says, I quote, adaptation involves narrative transformation rather than simple transfer from one medium to another, I unquote. These changes in narrative shifts make the Netflix adaptation more creative and engaging rather than just a transfer of series of events from the text to television. The series shows a commendable success in retaining the tone of the novel by using a narrator who voices over the narrator's point of views, judgments, and observations verbatim as used by Gracia Marquez in his novel. The omniscient narrator of the novel plays a very vital role in the audiovisual narrative too. Besides being a major technique of narration, this narrator's voice also helped recreate the original authorial view in the novel, in the web series too. The adherence to depiction and recreation of magic realism of the novel is remarkable in adaptation. The onset of insomnia plague and the gradual spread of the contagion, Bundia family's response to it, and the plight of Macondo after everyone is inflicted with the disease are shown with utmost details and making the viewer go through the magic realism. Similarly, Jose Arcadio's dream of visiting infinite room with endless doors and the rain of yellow flower on the night when he dies, and the bloodstream of Jose Arcadio flowing down all the way from his house to Ursula's kitchen are all well imagined through cinematic effects and creating a feast of audiovisual magic realism. Interestingly, such supernatural events occur in the same matter-of-fact manner as it happens in the source text. These elements are shown as normal, ordinary happenings in the life of the people. In one of the interviews, Gracia Marquez had said, I quote, in the Caribbean and in Latin America in general, we consider so-called magical situations part of our everyday life. Like any other aspect of reality, it seems quite natural to us to believe in portents, telepathy, premonitions, a whole host of superstitions, of fantastic ways of coming to terms with reality. I never try to explain or justify such phenomena in my books. I see myself as a realist, pure and simple. I am quote. The web series also showcases these elements and events in pure and simple, matter of fact manner. As if these were the happenings of everyday happening of the Makando life. In addition to the plot, temporality and spatiality of narrative, characters too are also important factor While studying any adaptation, Netflix had agreed to have all the roles played by Colombian actors, and the series showcases master performances by some actors. I've enlisted the actors, and some of them are very well known, and some of them are the first timers. I'm skipping that part. But the role played by Aureliano, the person Claudio Catano, he has said something remarkable about playing this, acting out this thing. He says, I quote, "It is an honor and a risk to take the role." He adds, Macondo and its host of characters, who I truly feel as my own blood, are universal, but at the same time so unique, so from Colombia, so beautifully tragic, that it is impossible not to be trapped in that world. I unquote. The characters are well played by each actor, and casting has been done according to the requirements of the novel. Some of the characters handled with more sensitivity or sympathy, and some characters are given more time than in the source text. She One example is of Tina Pillar, another I've given example of Arcadio's character, who in the novel is obviously shown as being neglected by the family, but in the web series you find the director's sympathy with him. As a viewer, you feel more sympathetic and aligned with his being feeling neglected all the time, and his friendship with the gypsy and all that is not there in the novel so much in detail. Now coming to the other part, since the web series is shot at 15 locations in Colombia with Colombian cast and costumes keeping the time frame of the novel in mind, the cultural representation of the place and people has been made outstanding in a classic Netflix signature style for period dramas. Cultural representation of Colombia is an integral part of all of Marquez's works, who believed in voicing Colombian identity which existed in the remote places of the nation. Macondo as a utopia stands for the free will and continuation of culture of people living outside the metro and megacities of Colombia. The founding of Macondo as a city of mirrors by Jose Arcadio and the history that follows also entail the post-colonial history of Colombia. Macondo is inspired by Arcataca, where Gracia Marquez had spent 8 years of his life. He stayed there with his grandparents, and the grandfather was a retired liberal general who had fought during Colombia's 1,000-day war. Uses the idea of Macondo and the war between the two parties to depict the geographic and political history of Colombian inlands, which are surrounded by mountains, swamps, and seas. So, what I've two important things that I want to highlight is that why this the representation of Macondo as a place which gets colonized by the conservatives, and then there is this fight is again reflected in web series, and then there is this lady Nancy Applebaum, who has worked on the Colombian history, and she has in fact manifested what manifests in the novel, where different parties create their own discourse, as it happens in every historiography or history writing, and then they rewrite or almost manipulate the local history of the places, which gets reflected in the web series as well. The concluding part is that it does fit into the adaptation theory, and it meets with the standard. It becomes a process of reception, it becomes a process of creativity, and also others to great level to the source text, and colonial elements are very much there, where the general says the effect that colonies have all colonies have gone through, where we start mimicking the colonizers. That one dialogue is also there, which is also reflected in the web series also. So to conclude, I would say that this is in certainly the web series lives up to the expectation. It does become a little long and sometimes a kind of tedious watching also, but for after 2-3 minutes it again pushes forward, so one gets glued to the screen. And the limitation of my paper is that when I wrote the abstract, it was announced that the web series second season would be produced or will be made available by March, but now they have deferred the date to August. So the other half of the colonization and the war, the ninth episode onwards, I could not bring in my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhakti. Thank you for keeping time. So, there's an announcement for Dr. Uwe Teramoto to note that, the third presenter is not Surabhi Chandan. We have Anand Ashish Sharma, who's from the host university. He's a PhD scholar at SRM University, Sikkim, and he's speaking on collective memory and narrative mode in Chronicle of a Death Foretold. Anand Ashish Sharma. You want to speak on this mic or fixed mic? You decide. You have a PPT?
Bullshit. Very good afternoon to everyone present here, especially the chairperson, professors, delegates, and all the students and my friends. So, topic for my presentation today, for my paper, is collective memory and narrative mode in Chronicle of Death Foretold. So, this study engages with Paul Ricoeur's understanding of memory and looks at how both individual and collective memory works and operates within a narrative, along with the different social languages, different voices that come together to create a dialogic structure, meaning that they are in dialogue. Before I get into that, I just want to say a little about Garcia as a writer. He started his career, his journey as a journalist, and that influenced his writing, and which is very visible in his writing. And there's a strong sense of investigation, gathering accounts, reconstructing events, almost like putting together a report. And Rani, in her paper, she says that he is consciously sought to draw the reader's attention to the hybridization, mixing and matching the fictional part and fact of veracity, which means that real and memory, yeah. And he himself famously, he once said that journalism keeps me near to reality, and that explains a lot. We can see both elements in his writing. And one such work is, which is masterfully and craftfully written, is Chronicle of Death Foretold. So this novella is based on a real incident, but instead of presenting it in a linear way, Marquez reconstructs the events almost like an investigation. The narrator himself, he returns after years to piece this story together about what really had happened to Santiago. And Koshi, in his paper, he said that The author conveys in a subtle way his belief that Santiago may not have been the one who brought disrepute to Angela Beccario. So, about the plot, uh, it is said that Santiago Nassar he had dishonored Angela and Angela's brothers to protect their sister's honor. They had to kill Santiago, but the novella never clearly and explicitly mentions or clarifies that Santiago was the person who dishonored Angela. And uh, I'll show you in a while in a paper, in an academic paper on Chronicle. The researcher has compared Santiago to Jesus Christ, saying that they both uh, died for someone else's sins. They both were killed on a wood. They would shed their blood on a wood. So, and the narration it is non-linear, which means that though the name says that it's a chronicle, it does not follow a chronicle. If I have to add something to it, I would say that chapter 5 should have been chapter 2 because uh, that's where the murder happens, and the rest is Garcia chronicling the murder. Okay, so this is the review of literature. There are works which already talk about fragmented memory in chronicle, journalism plus fiction in chronicle, multiple voices using built-in use of polyphony, and collective responsibility. So the gap this study addresses is that there are extensive scholarship on chronicle, but there remains limited work which integrates Paul Ricoeur's socially framed collective memory, Bakhtin's polyphony and dialogism, and Mickey Ball's narrative logical framework in a unified analytical model, which this paper humbly attempts to do so. And there is insufficient explanation of how these elements, the ones I just told you about, collectively shape how the crime is remembered and how responsibility of Santiago's murder, obviously, is dispersed across the community, which suspends clarity. We aren't given any clarity. And resist closure, ultimately keeping alive the question of who is truly to blame for the violent outcome. Moving on, these are the objectives, which are simple and clear. To examine how the murder of Santiago Nassar is remembered within the community using Ricoeur's concept of collective memory. To analyze how multiple voices in the novel present conflicting accounts which contradict each other, drawing on Bakhtin's concept of polyphony and dialogism. And the third one, to explore how the novel's fragmented narrative structure organizes testimonies and organizes recollections of the murder using Ball's narratological framework. So the methodology that this study adopts is qualitative study, which combines both argumentative and analytical approaches. The analytical part being it is dedicated to memories of individuals, families, and different social groups. I would like to get your attention because there are three types of memories that we'll be talking about soon. And as well as the various social voices that converge to create a dialogic structure in the narrative. The paper therefore draws on Ricoeur's concept of collective memory, Bakhtin's idea of polyphony and dialogism, Ball's narratological framework. And these concepts offer a new perspective on Chronicle of Death foretold. So the theoretical framework, like I've already discussed, is Ricoeur's memory, Bakhtin's polyphony, and Ball's narrative structure. Okay, now let's move on to the analysis part. So in Chronicle, as we're reading, as guided by Ricoeur's concept of collective memory, Ricoeur says that there is something called just memory, which is faithful to the past without being enslaved to it. which is unaltered, which is good and pure. But the memory here in the novella is unstable, socially shaped, and distorted. And there is obviously a fragmentation and contradiction of structured memory. Example being, there are many people who recall the day of the murder, the weather being radiant, but for some of them, it's like funeral. And for some of them, it had rained, and for some, it hadn't rained. And for a young girl in the novella, it was like Christmas weather. So all the testimonies and accounts are contradicting each other. And Ricord talks about three types of memories. First being manipulated, which can be reshaped, which can be restructured. Example, the colonel says that when the twins they were planning to kill Santiago, they were sharpening their knives, right? So the colonel he takes the knives away from them, and he doesn't take them seriously. He doesn't take their threat seriously, and so in that way, he kind of manipulates the memory because the recollection is reshaped through justification because he thinks that they were bluffing. And another is blocked or pathological memory. This applies Freud plus Ricord. Placida Linero, the mother of Santiago, she regrets that she gave the wrong information about the dream, the omen, and later she can't even recall and retrieve simple key details of the day of the murder because whatever she says is immediately contradicted by some other testimony in the book. So about collective memory, Hallvards, he initially defined the term, but his approach was sociological. Ricord, what he does here is he tries to avoid attributing memory to just individual or social. He doesn't do that. He even calls it problematic. Instead, what he does is he proposes three levels of memory attribution. That is individual, those relations, and the collective. So memory operates across three levels. Okay, so this will make it clear. So the self, the individual's memory is exclusively our own. For example, the narrator, he says that he's trying to piece the story piece by piece from memory of others. That is his individual personal memory. And if we have to talk about close relationships, there is Placida Linero, Santiago's mother, Margaret, who is very close to Santiago, and they have their memory is emotionally affected, emotionally shaped, and in close relations, Ricord, he allows us to include family, guilt, and intimacy, and the collective that this paper talks about is a shared social narrative, which is influenced by both individual and close relations, which means that all three memories are influenced and manipulated by each other. We cannot have one single memory exclusively because that, according to Ricord, that would be wrong. So voice, this part tackles the second objective. So voice is the concept of voice, according to Ball, refers to the narrator. So the voice is allegedly speaking I, the voices whose utterances constitute the story. So, guided by Bakhtin's concept of polyphony, let me read something for you. So polyphony, Medvi and Omari, in their paper, they claim that polyphony simply means many voicedness. Mono means one and poly means two, right? So many voicedness refers to the construction of voices, characters, and the narrator in the novel. So, okay, I'll quickly explain this. Angela Vicario says that when she was being asked about who dishonored her, she said it was Santiago Nasa. But by the end of the novel, it's still not clear if that was true or not. So this is just accusation without verification. And the Vicario brothers, the murderers, reflect honor ideology, but is not authoritative. Their voices are not authoritative. Uh, while defining polyphony and dialogism, Bhaktin, what he does is he talks about Tolstoy. And okay, yeah, what he does is because Tolstoy has an authoritative voice, he starts and ends, and everything is inside whatever he wants the frame. But in polyphonic and dialogic works, you don't get that. You don't have one authoritative truth. That's all this analysis is saying. And about the structure, Mikiva's narratology, her book on narratology, an introduction to narratology, this paper uses it as a toolkit to understand the narrative structure of chronicle, and that's it. So integrated analysis. I want to take a focus to the last point. Memory, voice, and narrative structure operate together. The murder is constantly recalled but never fully explained, leaving responsibility unresolved. Responsibility as to who was responsible, because there are characters who claim that things could have gone differently, right? And the findings are these are the findings. So I'll just read out the important ones. Collective remembering without resolution. So there is a foretold murder. People fail to act, and tension between knowledge and action. Responsibility remains diffuse and unresolved. So to conclude the study, again, the last point, being familiar with memory studies, narratology, and concepts like polyphony and dialogism helps to better understand and interrupt a novel like Chronicle of a Death Foretold. And with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand. So I'll request Dr. Ui Teramoto. She's joined in from Japan, and we also have Professor Mukesh Williams from Japan. But Professor Ui Teramoto, can you have the?
Thank you very much, Manpreet ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, thank you.
May I just confirm who was the speaker? The first speaker was Professor Sarkar.
That's right.
One was Professor Vaishnav, and the third was Dr. Sharma.
Anand, he's a scholar, research scholar, Anand Ashish Sharma.
Okay, thank you very much. So, if I may, would it be all right if I present questions in the beginning for all of them? I am a little bit concerned because I have a prior engagement that would take place in another half an hour.
Please
so
go
I'd
ahead.
like to,
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. After which, perhaps I'd like to invite Professor Williams to share his opinions and questions, and of course to the floor. So my question to Professor Sankara, and well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I've enjoyed listening to all the presentations. As for the Professor Sankara's presentation, you have mentioned in the abstract as follows. You've mentioned 100 years of solitude. The fictional town Macondo acts as an archive where oral traditions, recollections, and everyday experiences reshape the cultural history of a community. This paper examines how Marquis' narrative style portrays a medium of storytelling through which society remembers the forgotten past, which I found quite interesting. In relation to this, my first question to you is that you have used this particular quote, the narrative style of Marquis in the literary universe is impactful to preserve cultural memory in literature. you're referring to a particular quote. Can I rephrase? You have used a quote many later as he faced the firing squad. Alpiano and Vida was to remember that afternoon when his father took him to discover ice. So you have picked up this particular quote as a representative phrase of Marquis. In this quote, what did you find? Why did you pick up this particular one? That's number one. Number two, I was particularly interested in your discussion of Marquis' narrative style as an archive. Could you explain which elements of his storytelling you see as enabling the reconstruction of a forgotten past? And further, how do you understand this reconstructed past as contributing to the reformation of communities' cultural history? So these are two for you. And if I could proceed to Professor Vaishnav. You were mentioning about web series. You're talking about adaptation of Garcia Marquez's work to web series. Can the web series be understood as a continuation of Marquez's literary legacy, or rather as an artistic afterlife, as Linda Hutchinson suggests? How do you interpret its position in relation to his work? The question to Mr. Sharma Anand is perhaps simple, but I'd like to ask you, how would you evaluate the role and the impact of non-linear narration in the works of Marquis? That's all for me. If I could hear from the presenters, I'd be delighted.
Okay. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for the question. As you asked that, why have I chosen the first sentence, no, the opening quote? So what I thought that what's in my mind that my paper title is to understand the concept of cultural memory. So, right. So here I'm trying to understand through these lines. It's a tone of remembrance. It's there. So maybe because of that, I have chosen this line that it will reflect that how forgotten memory, how it's reflected and how it's intertwined with how is intertwined with with this cultural memory of the selected songs and as well as the selected novel. And ma'am, the second question, if you can repeat, I didn't get it. The second question, if you can simplify the question.
Before that, so you're saying it was not particularly to do with the way it is written that you picked up this phrase. It was just to pick up certain parts. I mean, it's certainly
certain thought in the sense like yes, ma'am. I just I just have chosen it because first of all, it's an opening line and it's a strong line which shows the cultural memory and which also shows that how collective memory and memory, I mean the simple memory, how it's intertwined and how it shaped the forgotten memory. That's why I have chosen, and I thought that those two songs are also depicting the same tone. That's why I have chosen it.
I wanted to clarify how did you think this particular quote represents cultural memory? That's what I was wanting to ask you.
Okay, so ma'am, here it's like many years later. No, so the years it's mentioned the years. So obviously here how the quotation, how the opening line is depicting, it's talking about the years, and in the song also it's about the past stories, past histories and all. So in the novel and in the song, both cultural memory is there because the memory, the collective memory has been shaped into the cultural memory. Somehow I try to understand it in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
And you were saying about the second question?
Yes, ma'am. If you can simplify the
So
question.
my second question, it seems like you're interested in the
Archiving, right?
narrative style. And I was particularly interested in your discussion on Marquis' narrative style as an archive. And if you could explain which elements of his storytelling you see as working style of reconstruction of a forgotten past.
Okay, so first of all, the magic realism, the narrative style. So I focused on only that portion, that the magic realism, this narrative style, and in the song also, in the same way as I mentioned that in my title, Macondo to Kolkata. So here, the Macondo, this place, it's a fictional place, and I tried to compare it with a real place, Kolkata, and where the that Jivanmukhi songs and all that is also there. So I tried to understand it in that way. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. My answer to your question is yes, because the web series does gives an afterlife to the text. In fact, an afterlife in a new avatar, and in fact, in hurry of completing the paper, I missed out the concluding line which I had read, which says through its fidelity and creative imagination, the series adapts reality, magic realism, and post-colonial elements from the source material and becomes a continuation of Gabriel Garcia Marquez's legacy and also an artwork slash artistic afterlife as Hutton expects an adaptation to be. So it was there, ma'am. Sorry, I didn't read it. Anything else, ma'am? For me? Thank you.
Mr. Williams, would you like to add or?
Hi, ma'am. Was my question role and impact of non-linear narrative in Marcus? Okay, so the role and impact, especially focusing on, I would like to answer, especially focusing on Chronicle of a Deathful Road. So, as I was already saying, in the prose of Garcia, there exists journalistic style, and he blends real and fiction, and he does it so craftfully and masterfully that sometimes linear stories, even if they're great, uh, they become ordinary. And this Chronicle of the Deadford World is clearly clearly has a non-linear structure, which almost gives the authority and powers to the perceiver, to the readers also, to make meaning. And for me personally, it felt like that role was given to me. And even though the story didn't resolve properly, and but then I was still content and I could comprehend it. And for me, I see this work on par with Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment and even the Brothers Karamazov. That would be my answer.
Thank you very much. With the permission of the chair, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I'm a little old-fashioned, and I am basically a student of literature. And I don't remember the names, but the sequence. The third speaker who just spoke talked about the chronicle of death foretold. So undoubtedly, that's a little different, but the writer is the same. And I want to ask briefly all three of you, what is your response to Marquis's idea of isolation? And in Marquis, you have different kinds of isolation: personal, family, communal, historical isolation. You go to the Romantics, you have introspective isolation of self-discovery. You go to the Modernist, you have fragmented consciousness. And then you come to the postmodernist, disconnect with reality. So you are using the idea of solitude, which is isolation in Marquis. How do you connect to music, writing of Kabir, Suman Kabir, who is more introspective in nature, and to the idea of more like literary mathematics to me? This sounded one-to-one correspondence. And how do you connect translation from one medium to another? And how does this solitude get translated from one medium to another? And in the Chronicle of Death Foretold, how there is this collective moral isolation, what is called, you said, memory unreliable, which is a problem. How can all these be connected to the main emotional aspect of Marquis, solitude? And how would you, have you forgotten about it, or have you kept this in mind and used it very carefully to see the psychological connection, not just memory? Is my question clear, or is it very confused?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Your question is clear, Professor Williams. So whoever wants to take it first can come.
Thank you for the question and observation, sir. So, what's in my mind that when I was relating Kabir Suman's music to songs, so I thought, as you mentioned, that fragmented consciousness. So, I guess it was in my mind, and I tried to. I know the yes, the one place is fictional, another one is real, and as you mentioned, that is a literary mathematics. Yes, it is, because the fragmented consciousness, what is present in Kabir Suman's song, what I felt, and when I read the novel 100 Years of Solitude, so I found the same tone that even in Kolkata, that solitude is present through I mean, two songs. So in this way, I try to understand and I try to connect it. So.
Is Suman Kabir introspective, talks about freedom, or talks about the painful condition of solitude?
Both. I mean, in these two songs, especially, it is, half portions of the song is romanticized. So, but the romanticization is not only, I mean, in the song Tomake Chai, that means I want you. So, you is not here only the romantic partner, but as well as the city of joy, Kolkata, Tilottama. So, that is there. So, the freedom, as you asked, so that's painful, but I mean, I think both are there. Both are there.
Yeah, please think about it later on. No?
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you for that.
Hello, sir. Yes, isolation in the sense of solitude is well narrated in the web series. In the sense, as I said, the medium changes. So it's through camera angles, through the play of light and shadows, and most importantly through music and acting. the feeling of psychological isolation, physical isolation, the pain is of solitude, the way characters go through them is well captured. Thank you, sir.
So, Professor Williams, I think you've given them food for thought. And
Yes.
yeah, I'm so grateful that you were there to give your observations. Is there anybody else in the audience or online who would like to make some observations or ask any questions? Very quickly. If not, then I'd request. So we'll close this section. Okay, with a thanks to all the three presenters. For their thought-provoking papers. And thank you to the chair, online chair, Professor V. Kurumoto, and of course, Professor Mukesh Williams, and all the others who are joined online and in person. Thank you so very much. And could you please announce that we come back for lunch within half an hour?
So the announcement is that we have to go to the fourth floor for the lunch, and so
Let's be back in half an hour.
yeah, so we have to be back by 2. So you guys can go for lunch, and for on those of you who have joined us online, we'll be starting the next station from 2 o'clock. Please go for lunch.
Let's go.
The lunch is on the fourth floor. Everybody, please go for lunch. Everybody in this room.
She's a well-known academician scholar. She's a retired professor and worked in a university in Jaipur. And she's been a mellow, long time. What should I say? Regular, faithful Ornamita's here also. And so we may be missing her right now because she usually does come for all our conferences. And if there's anything else you want to add, so Purohit, you may, but otherwise, that's
No,
my.
I think it's enough. I am Professor Kalpana Purohit, as rightly you said. So I wish good afternoon to all the distinguished guests there from fraternity, enthused scholars and wisdom seekers across the world. So we are here to celebrate, as it since morning you must have known, the narrative universe of Gabriel Garcia. And yes, at the outset, I thank Professor Manju Jaitka for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this academic, rendezvous. And my love for this writer goes back. Incidentally, we are celebrating 100 years, and it went for 100 years of solitude. So, the fascination continued, and it kept me in the aura of his endless metaphysical archives of culture, history, and myth on the terrains of magical realism with Latin American histories. So, as felicitator of floor today, I have with me my co-chair, Dr. Pavitra. So, we feel honored to serve as a chair and a co-chair there for this block of presentations. And we send our warmest to each one of you across the world. Friends, welcome to this session. And we have diverse lineup of 4 scholarly presentations pushing the boundaries today amidst us. So to ensure we have ample time for meaningful dialogue, each speaker will get 15 minutes. Kindly keep to the time, it's 15 minutes for the presentation, and followed by 2 or 3 questions. We'll take some queries or observations for 2 minutes. And for speakers, as a kind of a housekeeping tip, we will provide you a gentle reminder when 2 minutes remain. And I request my co-chair, Pavitra, to do so. And for audience and listeners who are online, kindly keep your microphones, muted while presentations, and we'll encourage your questions on raise hand or type your questions in the chat box. So without further ado, let me invite and welcome the presenters, and may I request Pavitra to do so? Pavitra, will you request the speakers to come forward, or should I take it? All right, I can't hear her. So
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have
Yes,
the
ma'am.
first.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we have the first speaker, and Pavitra will invite the speaker. Please do so.
Okay, so I invite Dr. Malisha Rai, Assistant Professor, Department of English, SRM University, to present a paper entitled Intertwined Kinship, Understanding Human Relationship in Gabriel Garcia Marquez' 100 Years of Solitude. Over to you, ma'am. And I also request other speakers, Manpreet Kaur Khan and Namita Saru, who is online on the chair. Tulika Kakar.
I'd like to see the presentation.
Tulika Kakar to the stage, please. Assistant Professor, SRM University, Delhi. Atlanta Gogoi, Research Scholar, Dibrugarh University. Well, please take the chair, ma'am. If you're comfortable sitting there, then it's okay. Okay. All right. Let's begin the session now.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Manisha Rai, and the paper I'm going to present is titled Intertwined Kinship, Understanding Human Relationships in Gabriel Garcia Marquez' 100 Years of Solitude. So, before delving into the paper, I would like to ask one question. That before understanding human relationship, the question arises, how humane are we? So with this note, I would like to talk about a brief introduction about the kinship. So what is kinship?
So kinship is generally referred to as a web of social relationship based on blood, marriage, or adoption. So this can be blood relatives, a filial that is related by marriage and or lineage or descent. Next, what is human relationships? So human relationships are the form of behavioral pattern or practices exchanged between or with people in different spheres and affairs of human lives. So these are the definitions. So now we will be delving into how this kinship plays an important role in determining human relationships. See, we have been listening to lots of presentation on 100 years of solitude, and we are accustomed and we are well known about the characters and their lives. So what I'm trying to do is to understand the relationships they share and the kinship they share in the novel, and as well as among the Bundia family. So when we look at the novel or the characters, we find that they share a complex human relationship and their kinship is intertwined. So why I am saying this, I will be explaining it later on. So here we see a Bundia family as a site where kinship bonds, desire, memory, and psychological repetition intersect, revealing how familial structure of ritual solitude, incestuous desire, and intergenerational trauma is that. Okay, so this is the brief introduction. So my objectives for this paper is to examine the structure of family relationship and kinship pattern in the novel, where I will be focusing on the alliances, family rules, and boundaries that govern social relationships. Next objective is to analyze the recurring pattern of emotional attachment that sometimes forbidden desire and relational conflict within the Bundia family across generations. The next objective is to explore the psychological forces underlying human relationships, including repression, unconscious desire, self destructive tendencies, and intergenerational tensions. So my methodology is qualitative analysis of text, that is close reading. I have used psychoanalytic interpretation and anthropological kinship analysis. These are my theoretical framework where I've taken the kinship theory of Claude Levi-Strauss, where I'll be talking about affinity, alliance, and incest taboo. And also I've taken Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytic theory, where I will be talking about unconscious desire, death drive, or thanatos, and Oedipal tension. Okay, so when we talk about kinship, and if you are to delve into, or if you are to understand the beginning or how the novel starts, we see two characters who wants to make a union through the alliance. But here we see alliance from a different perspective, because the alliance is something that is meant to bind two people or the community. But here we see the alliance in different as because they were to form a familial bond, where alliance is a system of exchange, where the two people they align or they create an alliance among the family and also among the families that they have married to. But here we see a different take where Jose Arcadio Bundia and Ursula Iguerin marriage. See, their marriage was something that was not accepted in the societal norms, as they were considered or they were the cousins. And also, we see this consequence that has been a warning or the warning by Ursula Iguerin's mother that if the two cousins get married and then if they consummate the marriage, they will be creating a monster-like creature with a child with a pigtail. So this was the reason why we see Ursula Iguerin, who doesn't want to consummate the marriage. So here we see how this alliance and affinity is been broken in among the Bundia, and also how kinship started with the incest, and how we see the society taking a different step, or how they are perceived in the society. And when they fail to consummate the marriage, then what happens is the death of uh, Okay, there's one this character who complains about that why hasn't your wife still not get married or doesn't have a child. To this, in the race Arcadia Bundia, what he does is he kills the person. So while after killing this person, they are constantly haunted by the spirit of the person, and one of the reasons why they wanted to move away. So when they move away, they formed the Mukando as the utopia or the place where they can live in peace without being bothered by the spirit. So here we see how this marriage is not creating alliance, but rather breaking them up from the family where they are to move into new place. So next is in the Makonda, we see how they take a rest of the people who wanted to go with them, and they build a new place where they set up. But what we see in this kinship is also a different take because we see in Makondo they try to build relationship with others, okay, the people around. But what happens is that even though they find this companionship, they find the friendship, but still they are alone. The solitude is always there. This isolation is always there. And next is in this kinship, we see the first generation of the cousins getting married. In the second generation, we see uh, Jose Arcadio, son of Jose Arcadio Bundia. He marries to Rebecca, who is adopted daughter, like a distant relative, but rather she is among the family where she adopts them. They adopt her, and she lives in the family. So here we see how Rebecca is attracted towards Jose Arcadio, leaving her lover Pietro Crispi and choosing Jose Arcadio. So here we see a different drive of her, the desire to be with the person, and also Jose Arcadio's attraction towards Rebecca. So here we see this principles gradually intertwined, where the relation do not have the particular name or designation. They are cousins, they are lover, they are wife, they are husband, or they are related. This is kind of getting entangled. And another one is the relation of Amaranta Ursula and Aureliano II. This is the, I think, sixth generation, the fifth and sixth generation, where we see this affinity that they get married, but we are to take into consideration that they are aunt and nephew. And this relationship, okay, this family structure is something that we are not able to determine this. So they are getting entangled and intertwined among each other. And the incest, which is considered as a taboo, is somewhere bridged. So how do we understand these relationships they share? How do we give certain terms to their relationship? How do we pronounce the husband-wife relationship or niece and a nephew and aunt's relationship? So this is some kind of question that arises in among the Buddha kids. Okay, next is forbidden desire, familial taboo, and relational kinship. For conflict. So here we see marriage within a kin and a violation of social taboo. See, the kin and the violation of social taboo, the term that society has given, right? But how do we perceive this relationship? What about them and what about their own understanding of a relationship? How do we understand them? How do we read them? How do we uh, interpret the relationship? There are some symbols, a repetition. For example, we see how uh, Jose Arcadio and Colonel Aureliano, they have an intimate relationship with one woman, that is Pilar Ternera. She is a figure who bridges these differences of the in-laws to the affinity where a woman or man has to follow the certain bonds when they create. But here in Pilar Ternera, we see this bridge, okay, we see this gap been dismantled when we see both of the brothers Okay, both of the brothers, they are in a relationship with this same woman. And next is we see how Amaranta and Aureliana Jose, who are aunt and nephew again, they are in a relationship. Okay, but here they do not have this intimate uh, intimacy, but still they are quite attracted towards themselves. They do not cross the limit that society has given them, but we see certain ethical tension where Aureliano Jose is literally raised by his aunt Amaranta. And another we see is how, because of this intertwined kinship, we see that this character like Aureliano Bundia, Arcadio, and Jose Arcadio, they have this death drive of Thanatos, where we see that these people they are more into self-destruction. Where Aureliano starts rebellion, Arcadio becomes a dictator, knowing that he will not succeed when his uncle was not there. And Jose Arcadio the second, he was supposed to become a pope, and he certainly lived a life of debauchery and is ultimately murdered. So next is solitude as psychological and familial condition. So here we see how this intimacy, desire, and attachment within him or these ties have made a certain solitude, though they are attracted towards their own kin. But at the end of their time, okay, and when they are in the last stage of their life, we see they are alone. They prefer solitude, and they are in themselves rather than living in a companionship with the as Macondo was found. This we do not find in there. Okay, another one is they resent the out. Okay. So, in conclusion, we see that Bundia family structure is shaped by complex kinship pattern, alliances, and shifting familial rules. There is a recurring cycle of emotional attachment, there is forbidden desires, and relational conflict across generations that creates an intertwined kinship. And psychological forces such as repression, unconscious desire, and solitude ultimately lead to families' integration and disintegration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha, for the insightful session.
You delved into the complexities of human relationships within the web of social relationships and try to break down the complex variables of human relationships, I think. So we can invite one or two queries, observations, questions from the audience on and offline. Anybody there?
Professor Purohit, should we not take the questions at the end? That's the pattern we are following.
Fine, that could do. That could, yeah. Right. So we may invite the another speaker. May I ask Sharma to do so?
I now invite Manpreet Khan and Namrata Swarup. And Namrata Swarup, Namita Swarup, who is an independent scholar, should give a presentation on the topic Exploring Narrative Design and Inevitability, a narratological study of Gabriel Garcia Marquez' Love in the Time of Cholera. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah.
And it shall be online.
Can you if we can hear?
Amita, we look forward to this presentation and we welcome you.
Hello everyone. Can I share my slides on this meeting?
Yes, I think why not? Is it possible there?
It's saying host disabled participants.
Yeah, giving you the rights, Namita. Yeah. Namita Swarup. And Namita, you can increase the volume, your volume, huh?
Okay. Try now. Yeah, okay, I can share.
Enlarge. Namita, please enlarge your screen. I mean the full screen. So
click on the slide. Click on the slide and it will open up. Click on the left side. So you start. Namita, click on slideshow.
Okay, ma'am. Yes. Okay.
Double click.
Yeah. Is it visible and am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everyone. The title of our paper is Narrative Design and Inevitability, a study of Gabriel Garcia Marquez's novel, Love in the Time of Cholera. I would like to start by quoting some lines from Robert Frost's design. What but design of darkness to appall, if design govern in a thing so small? Here, Frost urges us to contemplate the intricate patterns that govern nature in its minute manifestations. A white spider sits on a white flower, holding a white moth with its dead wings carried like a paper kite. These lines show us an arranged pattern as if everything were placed there by an invisible hand of the divine. Frost ends the poem by asking us who writes the plot of such a wicked play of death. He questions whether the design of nature is inherently dark, and in that kind of a world, do we really have free will? These questions linger for us to look more carefully at what seems ordinary. This impulse to find a design where none is announced, to trace the inevitable, extends well beyond the natural world, and it reaches into the ways we interact with life. This paper attempts to unravel a similar kind of design woven into the narrative of Love in the Time of Cholera. The novel is popularly read as a story of enduring love, following Florentino Ariza's devotion to Fermina Daza across more than 50 years. The eventual union is often interpreted as the triumph of love over time. However, the sense that their love is inevitable is not simply present in the events themselves, it is formed through narrative's arrangement of time, memory, and experience. The narrative leads the reader to a sense of coherence by showing how time is presented through shifts in order, pacing, and selective repetitions of certain motifs. Drawing on Genet's theory of narrative discourse and Paul Ricoeur's concept of implotment, we will examine how the novel transforms fragmented experiences into a pattern that appears meaningful. Paul Ricoeur, in Time and Narrative, builds on Augustine's insight that experience of time is fundamentally unstable. Augustine names this condition as distentio, a stretching of consciousness between what has already happened and what has not arrived. Marquez's novel places its character precisely within such a world. The unnamed Caribbean city does not suggest movement or growth. Everything in it seems to wear down slowly materials, bodies, and even memory. Life and decay exist side by side, often indistinguishable, making time visible as erosion. And the most biological manifestation of this is the cholera epidemic. It operates not as a background, but as a concentrated form of time itself. Cholera can be seen as time accelerated, disruptive, and reshaping how characters understand their lives. In such a setting, something lasting for decades, like Florentino's love, feels unusual. Ricord, however, does not leave us with fragmentation. He turns to narrative structure for an answer. His concept of implotment brings events into relation, making separate moments appear connected. For instance, the parrot that leads Urbino's to fall from the ladder, or the birds dropping that prompt Fermina's recognition of Florentino. What might seem like a coincidence begins to look consequential. Record explains this through a threefold process of mimesis. Experience is prefigured, configured into narrative, and refigured as meaningful by the readers. In the novel can be read as a sustained act of implotment. From the very first line, it begins to impose structure on experience, and I quote, "It was inevitable. The scent of bitter almonds always reminded him of the fate of unrequited love." The word inevitable carries weight. The narrative does not build towards inevitability, it announces it. Sorry. It announces it from the outset. Acting subsequent events are understood. The opening chapter continues in a similar direction, turning quickly towards death. The suicide of Jeremiah Despentamore and the final day of Dr. Urbino take up most of the narrative space. These events belong in chronological terms to the later stages of story, yet they are presented first. This arrangement can be understood through Genette's idea of narrative order. The narrative begins near the end and then moves backward. By placing these details at the beginning, the narrative changes what the reader is looking for. Urbino's death is particularly important in this context. It occurs in a manner that is both sudden and unexpected. He falls from a ladder while retrieving his pet, the royal parrot. As in Frost's poem, Design, we see a very wicked, almost humorous play of death in this scene. Marquez creates a cosmos where the parrot acts as a catalyst for Dr. Urbino's death and Florentino and Fermina's story. Dr. Urbino is a patriarchal figure defined by control, one who has dedicated his whole life, intellect, and social authority to combating cholera. He brings order, sanitation, and modern medicine to the city. Yet, in his old age, these symptoms cannot prevent the awareness of his bodily decay. Urbino constructs routines to control through medications and daily exercises, maintaining strict professional order. In doing so, he attempts to impose coherence on a world defined by disorder. Marquez also complicates Urbino's position through his attitude towards animals in general. Urbino dismisses them through scientific and philosophical reasoning, but the parrot has been assigned sacred rights by author himself and is even referred to as the angel of death. The parrot fits the narrative by speaking in multiple languages and tutored by Urbino himself. Yet, despite this, Urbino is unable to tame it. The parrot remains a defiant presence, resisting control and ultimately bringing about his death. It escapes from the cage, perches on a mango tree, and hurls abuses. Urbino's attempt to control it leads him to climb the ladder from which he falls, not only literally but metaphorically. His final words, "It is done," marks a decisive turning point in the narrative, after which it shifts towards Fermina and Florentino. The parrot, in this sense, can also be read as an archetypal trickster described by Kalia as a disruptive figure that resists control and exposes the limits of authority. It is arbitrary and absurd that a man is killed by a bird. However, the same is handled differently in the narrative structure. It becomes clearer when we look at how Florentino participates in the construction of narrative. His experience of love is not immediate, it is shaped through patterns that make it appear continuous. As Marquez notes, Florentino reads obsessively, absorbing romantic words and internalizing rhythms, which become his source of his early letters to Fermina. His chronic romanticism takes form in his behavior. Even without a real connection, he uses moments of proximity to construct a sense of belonging. Florentino reads meaning into repetitions. Fermina appears at the same hour in the same place, and this regularity begins to feel like certainty. When she does not respond to Fermino's insistence, her indifference is reinterpreted as possibility. When she appears alone, he is, and I quote, encouraged by an impetuous thought that this was an arranged opportunity. Nothing confirms this, yet he believes that as if their union is inevitable. Even the interruption that follows, the bird's droppings onto her embroidery, is absorbed into a pattern. Florentino calls it good luck, turning a trivial moment into confirmation of what he has already believed. This intensity moves beyond perception into the body. His symptoms to resemble illness, mirroring those of cholera. His experience of love becomes excessive and almost pathological. This pattern continues in letters. For most of their lives, Fermina and Florentino communicate through writing, and the relationship grows on paper. Language begins to do the work that experience cannot, creating continuity in the absence of shared reality. At this point, the narrative no longer belongs to Fermina alone, or Florentino alone. Fermina begins to inhabit it. Through his letters, she encounters a a version of love that feels intense and meaningful. A young and isolated woman under the pressure of a father, she refigures her life around this exchange, imagining herself as a heroine of an opposed romance. Confined to language and removed from direct experience, the relationship holds as long as the distance is maintained. The shifts occur when the distance is removed. After her return to the city, Fermina encounters Florentino again in person. The moment is abrupt. The person sustained through letters collapses, and the gap between constructed and the real becomes immediately visible. She tells him, "Today, when I saw you, I realized what is between us is nothing more than an illusion." She rejects him not because of circumstances, but because she recognizes the relationship itself as a construct. The novel, however, does not allow this rejection to function as a conclusion. The rupture is absorbed into a larger structure. In the case of Karmina's rejection, the question of order becomes especially important. If we study the narrative chronology, Karmina's rejection is decisive. It brings an end to the youthful relationship between Florentino and Fermina, and read in isolation carries a sense of finality. The narrative does not begin with this moment, but opens later with the death of Dr. Urbino. This displacement of event is what Jeanette calls anachrony. Because the reader already knows Urbino will die and Florentino will return, events lose their force as endings. A moment that would otherwise register as a break instead becomes provisional, directing the reader towards inevitability. The emphasis shifts from whether Florentino and Fermina will reunite to how the reunion will take place. This reorganization of time also shapes Florentino's response. After the rejection, he does not abandon the narrative he has constructed, but he reorganizes it around waiting. He calculates 51 years, 9 months, and 4 days. This does not simply measure time, it contains it, giving form to something otherwise indefinite. This aligns with Jeanette's concept of duration, where long stretches of times are compressed while selected moments are expanded. By counting time, he imposes order on what would otherwise remain open-ended. This structure, however, is not seamless. Florentino's relationship with other women introduces fracture to that complicates the idea of steady devotion to Fermina. This is where Jeanette's concept of frequency becomes crucial. Repeated actions are compressed into a single pattern, while moments related to Fermina are emphasized. This produces a tension the novel does not resolve. Florentino insists on the continuity of his love, even as the narrative exposes its contradictions, containing them within a larger structure. To support this argument further, I would like to turn to Florentino's relationship with America Vicuna, which introduces a sharper ethical tension. The imbalance of power is evident as she is young, dependent, and under his care. Yet the narrative does not grant this episode the same weight as connection to Fermina. When the young girl Vicuna dies by suicide due to Florentino leaving her for Fermina in old age, he is more concerned with his name being associated with her and Fermina finding out rather than accepting what he has done. Okay. The narrative moves forward, leaving it behind. This is not a simple omission, it reflects structural narratorial choice. At this point, the narrator seems to hand the reader choice, the agency to judge and interpret Florentino's character. A sense of inevitability remains, but it is accompanied by a darker undertone where the distinction between love and obsession becomes difficult to maintain, and the reader is placed in a position of tension. By the time the narrative reaches its finality, a pattern has already been established. After the death of Urbino, Florentino renews his declaration of love. He returns not in youth, but only after the removal of Fermina's husband. Urbino's death, triggered by a seemingly trivial incident involving the parrot, remains the structural condition that enables this. But Fermina's response complicates it further. Her hesitation to accept him reflects the weight of time, memory, and experience. The narrative nevertheless moves towards reconciliation. Elements once separated are brought into relation again by interacting through letters, but this time there is a spiritual presence in them. This process culminates in the river journey along Magdalena. Remote from everyday life, the characters enter a space detached from ordinary time. It is produced through specific conditions, most notably the yellow cholera flag. By signaling disease, the ship enforces isolation, removing the couple from society and external judgment. Thus, the narrative gathers dispersed events to a unified whole. Yet, this coherence is very much constructed. In Love in the Time of Cholera, this constructed quality remains visible. The narrative does not conceal its mechanisms. Inevitability is persuasive, but also open to question. To conclude,
Namita, could you, yes, please conclude it now.
To conclude, I would like to recall what Percy Shelley describes when he calls the poet an unacknowledged legislature of the world. He says that literature does not merely reflect reality but gives form, organizing experience so that it can be perceived as meaningful. This allows us to return to the central question of this paper. Did Florentino spend 51 years, 9 months, and 4 days loving Farina? Or did he spend that time sustaining a narrative of love? What the novel ultimately brings into focus is not definite answer, but the process through which such an answer becomes persuasive. The narrative does not simply recount events, they arrange them, giving certain moments prominence by allowing others to recede. Through this, a sense of continuity begins to take shape. At the same time, the narrative never fully settles into certainty. Moments of interruption sitting alongside this sense of continuity without being resolved. What we take as inevitability may not lie in the events themselves, but in the way that they are told, when narrative design subtly guides us how we make sense of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Very well articulated presentation and coherent. We can keep the rest of the points maybe during discussion in the interest of time. And I'll also make my observations at the end. Manpreet, that will do.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
The observations about the speakers, we do it at the end, okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So the third speaker, we can invite Tulika.
Okay, I invite Dr. Tulika Kakar, Assistant Professor, SRM University, Delhi, to present a paper on the title Small Towns, Grand Histories, The Many Worlds of Marquez Short Stories.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair ma'am. The title of my paper is Small Town Grand Histories, The Many World of Marquez Short Stories. Mokondo is a recurring motif in Marquez writing, and we see how it is different in his short stories, and that's going to be the central focus point of this paper. I'm going to skip reading the abstract, which is already there in the book of abstract, and start my paper. Gabriel Garcia Marquez short stories constitute a foundational corpus for understanding the aesthetics of magical realism and the narrative politics of Latin American modernity. The study foregrounds a selection of his short fiction, including Leaf Storm and Other Stories, and Innocent Inria and Other Stories, to explore how Marquez captures the vast historical, political, and metaphysical concerns into concentrated narrative forms. Through motifs of solitude, memory, violence, and the supernatural, these stories integrate the porous boundaries between myth and history, the living and the dead, the ordinary and the extraordinary. Similar to his novels, this stories draws upon reconstruction of national identity, foregrounding oral traditions, myth and memory to legitimize a local Caribbean history, contrasting it with Eurocentric homogeneous narratives. The escapist fantasy, the magical element, serve as epistemological tools that challenge Eurocentric rationality and foreground subaltern histories. The study would analyze his select short stories situated around small town settings that mimic Latin American socio-political realities. Narrative strategies such as circular temporality, hyperbolic details, and deadpan narration represent the destructive and far-reaching impact of new colonialism. The Leaf Storm essentially serves as an allegory
of the widespread economic, social, and psychological exploitation by imperialist forces like Banana Company, followed by decades of destruction and ruin. Innocent Inria presents a silenced other who is repressed by the dominating forces, represented by the grandmother. However, Marquez' short story also presents the resistance and agency embodied in the subaltern characters like Andrea, who struggles for self-definition and liberation. By situating the stories within broader debates on post-colonialism, magical realism, and mythopoiesis, this study highlights the short story as a crucial site for revisionist history in Marquez' oeuvre, revealing its centrality to his literary vision and to 20th century world literature. The title, Small Town Grand Histories, capture the essence of Marquez' fictional world. Its settings are often geography limited, isolated villages, forgotten coastal towns, and unnamed provisional spaces. Yet these small places hold immense historical, political, and psychological significance. Through them, Marquez explored themes of colonial memory, exploitation, silence, violence, solitude, and resistance. The local is never merely local. It becomes a lens through which broader histories of Latin America are narrated. This paper examines how Marquez uses small town settings in Leaf Storm, Andrea, and Heartless Grandmother. Published in 1955, Leaf Storm is one of Marquez's earliest major work and marks the first appearance of Mukondo. The novella centers on the burial of a mysterious doctor hated by the townspeople. Colonel Orindo Bundia, like in Moral Determination, though is not identical to the latter character, the old colonel insists on giving the doctor a proper burial despite the town's collective hostility. The narrative unfolds through multiple perspectives. The colonel, his daughter Isabel, and his grandson within the confined times of the funeral afternoon. The title itself is deeply symbolic. The leaf storm refers to the arrival of foreign influences, especially the Banana Company, and the social disruption it brings. Like a storm of dead leaves, capitalism enters the town, alters its moral and economic structure, and leaves behind decay. The town is haunted by abandonment and resentment. What remains is not prosperity, but emptiness. In Leaf Storm, the atmosphere of decay and moral stagnation is established through the oppressive physical environment. Marquez writes, I quote, the house seemed filled with a warm, dusty breath from the street, unquote. This image reflects not only the physical suffocation of Macondo, but also the psychological burden carried by its inhabitants. Dust becomes a symbol of memory that cannot be erased. The colonel's ethical resistance is visible in his determination to bury the doctor despite social hostility. He insists, to quote, I promise to bury him and I'm going to bury him, unquote. The simple declaration reflects moral courage against collective cruelty and reveals the novela's central conflict between personal conscience and public judgment. The emotional isolation of the doctor is also emphasized through silence and distance. The townspeople remember him less as a man than as a symbol of resistance, showing him how social memory can erase individuality. Mokondo in Leafstrong functioned as a collective character. The town's refusal to bury the doctor is not simply an act of personal revenge, but a manifestation of collective memory. The doctor has withdrawn from society and refused medical help to the wounded man, which led to public hatred. His death becomes an opportunity for communal judgment. The colonel's decision to bury him despite an ethical rebellion against mob morality. He represents individual conscience against collective cruelty. In this conflict, Marquez explores the tension between justice and social conformity. The funeral becomes symbolic of a larger question. Can dignity survive in a society governed by resentment? The physical decay of the town mirrors moral decay. Dust, heat, silence, and stagnation dominates the atmosphere. Time appears suspended. This creates a claustrophobic environment where memory is unavoidable. The town becomes a prison of resemblance. The use of multiple narrators reflect the instability of truth. Each character remembers differently, and the doctor remains largely unknowable. The precise fragmentation suggests that history itself is constructed through incomplete perspective. There is no single authoritative truth. This narrative strategy reflects broader Latin American historical realities where official narratives often suppress uncomfortable truths. By presenting memory as fractured and subjective, Marquez resists simple moral conclusions. The town's history is not a stable record, but a contested emotional landscape. Solitude is one of Marquez's central themes. In Leaf Strong, nearly every character exists in emotional isolation. The doctor isolates himself physically and socially. The colonel stands alone in defending him. Isabel feels trapped within domestic and social expectations. Even the child narrator experiences confusion and distance. This solitude is not merely personal but historical. It reflects the loneliness of communities shaped by political abandonment and social fragmentation. The town itself is solitary, forgotten by progress, trapped in its own unresolved past. I come to the next story, that is Innocent Indria and her heartless grandmother. Published in 1972, The Incredible and Sad Tale of Innocent Indria and a Heartless Grandmother presents one of Marquez's most haunting critiques of exploitation and power. The story follows Andrea, a young girl forced into prostitution by her cruel mother after accidentally burning down their mansion. Her body becomes a site of economic transaction as the grandmother turns her suffering into profit. Unlike the contained funeral setting of Leaf Strong, Erindria unfolds through movement across desert, villages, and broader spaces. Yet these spaces remain similarly enclosed by power. Erindria cannot escape because exploitation follows her everywhere. Geography changes, but oppression remains constant. In Innocent Indria and her artless grandmother, exploitation is made brutally visible from the beginning. Marquez describes Erindria as, quote, languid and quiet, with bones too delicate for her age, unquote. Her fragility contrasts sharply with the excessive physical presence of a grandmother, highlighting the imbalance of power. The grandmother cruelty appears mostly clear. She tells Andrea, quote, this statement turns family authority into economic imprisonment and symbolizes institutional exploitation. At the end of the story, Andrea escapes, carries emotional ambiguity rather than triumph. Marquez writes that she ran, quote, without looking back, without hearing the desperate call of love, unquote. Her movement suggests liberation but also uncertainty, showing that freedom uh, after oppression is never simple. These quotations strengthen the argument that Marquez's small town worlds are filled with emotional, political, and symbolic significance. His language transforms ordinary moments into reflection of larger historical truths. The grandmother can be read symbolically as a figure of colonial authority, greedy, excessive, and sustained by inherent power. Her enormous body, theatrical presence, and relentless control reflect system larger than individual evil. She survives through domination and consumption. Enedria, by contrast, represents the colonized subject whose labor sustains oppressive structures. Her silence is not weakness, but the condition imposed by power. Her eventual desire for freedom becomes an act of resistance against inherited violence. The story's ending, where Erindria runs away after the grandmother's death, remains ambiguous. Freedom is possible, but it comes without certainty. Escape does not guarantee healing. This unresolved conclusion reflects Marquez's refusal to offer simplistic redemptions. How much time I have? Fine. Okay, I have picked up another story. I'm going to talk about it very briefly. It's the story called A Very Old Man with Enormous Wings.
You can just take 3 minutes a day.
Okay, ma'am, then I will skip this, but I will just talk very briefly about it. This is a story where a very old man appears in the courtyard of Pelayo Elindisa after a storm. Public spectacle. The setting is one ordinary and limited in scale, yet capable of reflecting universal questions about faith and humanity. Elindisa and Pialo responded to the arrival of the old man with enormous wings like to the ordinary events. It captured their attention only for a while, and then they focused on benefiting from the situation. Thus, having met the old man, both the couple, to quote them, very soon overcome their surprise and in the end found him, the old man, familiar, unquote. The only thing that seems to be important for them is the old man incomprehensible dialect with with a strong sailor's voice. I'm going to conclude. Though rooted in Latin American context, these works remain globally relevant. Leaf Strong speaks to contemporary questions about public morality, social exclusion, and the politics of memory. Communities everywhere struggle with how to remember the dead and how to judge the isolated. Innocent Erindria remains urgently relevant in discussion of gender violence, trafficking, and economic exploitation. The commodification of vulnerable bodies continues across cultures. Erindria's stories speak beyond its specific settings to broader feminist concerns. Marquez's attention to marginalized spaces also resonates in post-colonial studies. His fiction challenges dominant narratives by centering provincial experiences and exposing structural violence hidden beneath ordinary life. Marquez short fiction revealed that small town contained grand histories. In Lee Strong and Innocent Erindria and a heartless grandmother, local space become powerful stage for examining memory exploitation, solitude, and resistance. The town is never merely a setting, it is a historical force, a moral witness, and a symbolic archive. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. I'm so thoughtful of you to keeping time, And well, I'll keep my observations for the last when we invite the questions. So we have another speaker, Atlanta Gogoi.
So may I request Ms. Atlanta Gogoi, who is a research scholar from Dibrugarh University, to present a paper on the title Narrative Compression and Ethical Witnessing, Precarity in Garcia Marquez Short Fiction. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Atlanta. I am a research scholar at the Department of English, Dibrugarh University. And today I stand here at the Mini-Melow 2026 on 100 years of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, organized by Mellow and the Department of English, SRM University, Sikkim, to present my paper titled Narrative Compression and Ethical Witnessing, Precarity in Garcia Marquez's Short Fiction. Let's begin with the power of brevity, because we've had these discussions about novels and all these big, all-encompassing and so accomplished novels we've been discussing since morning. And it is also, as a reader of short stories, it is kind of difficult to compete with these overachieving literatures of Garcia Marquez's Hoover, because his novels are so famous. It feels like you're competing with the writer itself when you're discussing about his short stories. His short stories serve as a potent moral and political statements, and because they're so concise and because they're narratively so compressed, they push this fervor, this political statements that Marquez also makes through his novels. While overshadowed by 100 Years of Solitude, he's one of the most accomplished novels ever. These compressed fictions, these short fictions, reveal the most powerful ethical witness to injustice. Today, I shall be discussing on A Very Old Man with Enormous Wings, that is one of his short stories, and One Another, that is One of These Days, where we explore how brevity, that is the conciseness, becomes a moral scalpel. The theoretical framework that I shall be using today is Butler's Precarity, that is Judith Butler, where we speak of why and how some lives are more grievable and not the others. Say, let's for example, when the US is attacking the Iraq, it is called as martyrdom, that they're helping the Iraq. We do not consider the Iraqis who die, we do not consider their lives grievable. But when terrorists enter the US, we call them terrorists even when they are dying on US lands as well. It is about the definitions that we alter when at the end of the day it is people who are dying on both sides, but somehow some deaths are more grievable, some lives are more precarious than others. That is the theoretical framework that we shall be using today.
followed by Gonzalez's, that is Anibal Gonzalez's rhetorical violence, where he says literature documents political violence through journalistic restraint, implicating readers as witnesses. We shall be using Freud's The Uncanny, where familiar environments, they become strange when you insert certain unfamiliar surroundings into something that you've known your entire lives. But something that is so familiar becomes unfamiliar, and those reveal these repressed histories of the readers of their own, and also the hidden terror perhaps in those settings as well. And of course, narrative compression, where omission, condensation, and ellipsis, they generate disproportionate effective effects through brevity. Because it's concise, it hits harder. To begin with, a very old man with enormous wings. This story is about a man with wings that falls on the courtyard of a couple. Their names are Pelayo and Elisenda. The man, he is very old, his wings are tattered, he's battered, and he's flowing into their courtyard towards their rooms. And as it's spoken in the morning also, when Amitsa was talking about how crabs, they swim into their own windows, that was what they were doing as well. They were stopping the crabs from entering into their rooms when they find this old man with wings. And because they've never seen a man with wings, because they've never seen a man so beautiful but also so demonic at the same time, who is also angelic but also evil, that everybody is kind of flabbergasted when they look at it. And because it is something, again, so unfamiliar in a very familiar surrounding, everybody is kind of encaptured and entranced by looking at it. And they bring upon the oracle lady in their village to ask who that man is. They bring about the priest in the pope in the village to ask about who that is. And because nobody knows, everybody has their own interpretations. And at the end of the day, he becomes a circus man, a sort of a clown, where everybody comes to visit and they pay price to visit him. When it is only an old man, he is very human, but the only difference is that he has wings. The wife even thinks of that perhaps it is only a man, but he has wings. That is the only difference that there is, because he's so battered and his wings are so flea infested that when he's cooped up in a chicken hen, in a chicken coop, that the chickens, they peck at his wings to drive off those fleas. Here is when we observe Butler's precarity in action. That the angel, because he's been termed as an angel, we consider him as something ungrievable, that even when the hen is pecking at his feathers, even when there comes a moment when he's been sleeping for hours and the villagers and Pelayo, he thinks that maybe perhaps he's dead, they iron his feathers to check if he's alive. How somehow a man that is very much like you but only has feathers, they become something unfamiliar, and therefore their pain becomes something ungrievable. His absence means nothing to anyone really. Everyone is here to witness that how something so different is in our lands. No sadness, no monument, no mourning. The narrator describes departure casually, and at the end of the story, when he grows new wings and he flies away, somehow the wife, she leaves a breather that finally this whole circus that we've been witnessing is ending. He became an invisible speck on the horizon. That is when he flies away. The angel has no moral context. He is neither punished for evil nor rewarded for good. There are villagers who come to ask. There is a woman, a spider woman, who somehow who was a woman and then turned to tarantula because she was cursed by her own parents, and they come and ask the angel for advice. And they come at a time when they do not even understand the language that the angel is speaking, but it is because they own created this unfamiliar universe. Now, moving on to the next story, One of These Days. It starts with media stress, as most of Marcus's stories, that we're talking about of a dentist at an office in the morning when he's cleaning his instruments, and his helper, he comes and says, the mayor is sitting at the office. Now, somebody like us, when we say that somebody so important is sitting at the office, we'd be, hurrying up, we'd be getting out and go out and meet them and cater to them first, but not Aurelio Escobar, the dentist. He discovers the mayor sitting in his chair. There is no backstory, who is this person or who is this mayor or what city this is. But when they talk of themselves, when he comes and finally sits in the dentist's chair, he says, I shall not be using any anesthetic. He's pulling out the tooth, but he's saying that I won't be using any anesthetic. Because somehow, without the context, there is this proposition that Aurelio Escobar knows a few men who had been murdered by the men of this mayor. We only know of this position, this ending towards the very end. There is nothing much to describe in the story, and that is also why most of Marcus's stories are said to be as forwards of his novels. But of course, these can be read and have been read as separate and independent entities. 20 dead men. When Escobar speaks that he killed 20 dead men, we do not know who they are. We only know that they were perhaps killed by the mayor's orders, and that is why Escobar is pulling out his tooth without anesthesia. The story provides no answers. It only ends with an accusation. The role of the reader somehow when you're reading Marcus is to fill in these exact gaps, that you fill in these parts, the beginnings and the endings and the middles, when Marcus leaves you room for imagination or for drawing your own conclusions. The uncanny power inversion. The dentist's office that we normally know whenever we visit a dentist, it is a place of trust because you're placing your trust, your tooth, your jawline in the hands of a doctor and you wish for healing. But here, professional practice, it becomes a way of torture. He's even in the beginning scene, he's cleaning the drill that is used to pull out tooth. The power reversal that we witness here, that the mayor, that is a symbol of authority, he sits at such a vulnerable position, and especially after being told that I'm pulling out your tooth without anesthesia. The dentist is a marginal professional and holds power at that very moment to inflict pain without anesthetic. Here, these are the two modes of ethical witnessing that one can observe. In a very old man, it forces readers to admit guilt in indifference. The reader witnesses suffering from outside the scene, that you see a flea-infested old man being tattered by an entire village who is being made as a source of entertainment, as a source of, making premonitions about people's sufferings. And then you also see how indifferent they are when he flies away. We see eruptive justice in one of these days that forces contemplation of violent revenge. The reader judges the act itself, not just the suffering that we observe. Both these stories, they do not offer any backgrounds or closure or explanations. We see it only as sort of a report entry. And that is perhaps where Marcus's his experience as a journalist it comes, and also because he was so politically involved. That is amazing articles where somebody calls him just too left enough, that he was just too left enough, even when he perhaps never wanted to claim it openly, but he was, because the Congress of the Cultural Freedom, they were making his journals getting published, making his novels getting published in these leftist journals. And of course, because he was also a friend of Castro. Now, moving on to the reader's moral apprenticeship, learning to judge instead of moral guidelines. It's going to be time. Yes, ma'am. Please wind up. Atlanta, just 2 minutes here.
Yes, ma'am. Herein we see how the reader's moral apprenticeship is expected to make these ethical judgments, to fill in the gaps that Marcus leaves. Now, moving on toward the conclusion of this presentation today, how compression, that is this brevity of Marcus's short stories, they work as moral force. The key findings can be seen as the following: that narrative compression obligates audiences to face indifference and judge actions. Sudden violence, they serve as testimony. It redistributes precarity. The uncanny subverts reader complacency, unsettling the familiar. Brevity trains moral judgment through insufficient evidence. Kasna Marcus's short fiction demonstrates that compression itself becomes the ethical witness, forcing the readers to confront injustice without the comfort of moral closure. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, here. The house is open for queries or observations. We have just 5 minutes because I can see the next session has to start, so Do we have questions, queries, observations on the other side?
Any questions and discussions?
Dr. Sharma, we have 5 minutes, so we can go ahead with the queries, observations.
Yeah, I have a question. Why call it narrative compression when we can probably look into the situation as a style of writing where you have narrative laconicity, narrative cryptic understanding? Why is it a compression? What makes it brief? I do understand brief, but then compression seems to be is it a term that has been used in the theoretical literature? That's one thing that I want to know. The second thing is with regard to the repeated references to the old man with enormous wings. Now, I want to know if there is any thought with regard to the manner in which Marquez chooses the old man. Not any fairy, not any kind of a child, but the very fact that an old man comes and then there is a kind of a fortune that has been bestowed upon the family. This is there a poetics about generations? How are we going to look into it in the context of gerontology, etc.? So that will be interesting.
Okay, I request ma'am to kindly answer the question.
Thank you for the question, sir. To begin with, it was the first about narrative compression. Yes, I believe Anibal Gonzalez does use this terminology, and it talks about how violence should be treated as is and not something that is only for the dead. It is also something very much involved with the living, and narrative compression as a term itself, because even yes, of course, I agree with you that it is concise, it is short, but also because the violence comes suddenly, because the unfamiliarness, the uncanniness, it comes suddenly. So the narrative, it does not have time to unfold. That could be perhaps the way in which it works in novels. That as a reader, you do not get the time to settle yourself into any narrative at all, that it begins and then it hits you with some sort of strangeness or some sort of violence, especially because violence is used here, that brings you to this exact position for narrative compression, that there is no time enough or not the strength enough, to wait for it because it is a short story, that it hits you in the face at all of a sudden, and then you are to sit with it and think about it, and then it leaves you in a lingering way because of the very fact that there was no time for you to unfold even as a reader, and also the story, that everything happened at one single blink of an eye, but it did happen, and it was also chronicled in a way that you would feel that it spanned through perhaps an n number of days, but it happened in the blink of an eye. I think that is at least my version of it. And about why an old man, yes, it could be a way of pointing toward the generational narrative that Marcus pushes. Yes, but yes, and I think adding on to that, it could be perhaps because even if it is very violent and rather very sad, the entire story, just as how our elders, they leave us blessings and wealth and ways in sometimes that that they bestow blessings so that you can lift yourself up from precarious situations, and that is exactly how somehow the old man works in this narrative. Maybe that is also why it was an old man and not a fairy. That would be my take. Thank you.
Okay, any question for Tulika and Namita, Manisha? Anybody out there? Anybody for Tulika's paper? Namita, Manisha? Atlanta, you were very good, dear. Very good. I can see some great scholar in making now in future.
The three other speakers, Atlanta, of course, has given an excellent appearance.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I just want to compliment the three other speakers because I think that they put in a lot of work into their
Yes,
papers. But this is not the complete paper. As you know, this entire exercise is to put together solid papers which will go into a good publication. So don't take this as the final paper. Why don't you look over it once again, try and expand on it? For instance, when you're talking about incest, a lot of other issues also come in. For instance, incest, why is it looked down upon? And yes, Levi-Strauss was mentioned, and other theorists also. You talked about Freud, and so you can bring that in. And Tulika, maybe in talking about the stories, you could also connect it to the longer novels also. But don't consider your papers as finished. This should be just a brainstorming. Brainstorming. You will get time to revise your papers, to look over them again. So it was you, Tulika, and
Namita.
Ah.
Namita Swarup.
Yes, Navita Swarup. That was an excellent presentation. Yeah, excellent presentation, Namita. And I can see that Manpreet and you have done a great job. Manpreet is here with us, and Namita is online. I would like to compliment you all. But before we close the session, I want to tell you about the online chair that we have. This is Madam Kalpana Purohit. She's a former professor at Jodhpur University and one of our senior members of Mellow. She is one of those people who is always there to help out whenever we need volunteers, whenever we need an editorial board, whenever we need any kind of support or whatever. A very positive person, and she normally comes with us, comes for all the conferences. So if you join our next conference, you're probably going to bump into her again. Thank you, Kalpana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
It's always a pleasure.
I
It's
want
so
to make some concluding
touching and overwhelming when you speak about us like that, but
Back-
we're always there.
Back to
We
you.
learn a lot from you, and as I always conclude saying, we love you. Okay.
Back to you.
Excellent contributions we've had, and navigating actually this digital format seamlessly was very good. So I wish I take your leave, all of you, the esteemed people, listeners across the world, and stay safe, enjoy the rest of conference. And it's just as ma'am said, remember this is just the beginning of dialogue. So keep working. Thank you for sharing your provocative insights and enriching our perspectives too. And thank you so much. God bless. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mama. We now the final session of the day, for which I would like to request the chair. So for the final session, I'd like to request the chair, Professor Amit Kumar, to kindly preside. Sir? Yes.
5 minutes. 10 minutes. Then announce the online.
So for the people who have joined us online, we are going to have a 10 minutes break and then we'll come back to the final session. And we don't go away. Just 10 minutes tea break. Yeah, but our final section is our keynote speaker, Professor Amit Kumar. Our first presenter is Miss Natasha. Miss Natasha. Miss Natasha. Ma'am, would you like to share your PPT? We're going to begin now, and the speaker is there on the screen. This person is also with this Natasha Vashish. Natasha Vashish is she's at the University of Toronto. She was earlier at State University. She's someone that the team are very proud of. Our students always do much better than us. Much better than very much. We are proud of you. So happy that Shalom, over to you.
Can we, one can hear me clearly?
Very much.
Can everyone hear me clearly?
Hello, yes, ma'am, we can hear you clearly, and you can start with your presentation.
So first of all, good evening everyone. I'm so happy to be here because celebrating 100 years of Gabriel Garcia Marquez is an absolute honor because it's so much more than a canon. And I think even magical tourism as a genre has been just taken to another dimension thanks to the Latin American tourism that writers like Marquez have propagated for more political and cultural purposes as well. So I'm going to pick up a very different aspect of Marquez's writings, short stories, which have relatively been not really worked on. But I do think that a lot of the short stories are completely packed with so much of punch and bring in so much of satire and they bring in so much of pointed narratives against dominant ideologies, not only colonial but also within state narratives. So the title of my presentation is Storm Migration. Drawing on the fundamental principles of magical realism, because his 1960 short story, A Very Good Man with Enormous Wings, presents trauma, both personal and collective, through the supernatural atmosphere. Collective Colombian culture struggles with disillusionment and societal pressures and how they shape human behavior. The story's sudden disruption of village life by the arrival of a complex presence, part human, part angel, apart from illustrating the magical realist elements, mirrors continue to focus on displacement, especially in the context of Colombia's and post-colonial history, and politics. It was thought that companies the old the characters Pelayo and Elisa, rather than being astonished by this miraculous scene, you can open the yard, charge them using what they believe to be a potentially divine. Actually, which is a very story. This huge buzzard brings dirty and forever animals in the heart. Which contrasts the expected image of a majestic and genuine figure with one that is touched and clean. But this constructs both now and humanity firmly in the emphasizing constructs visual image of and makes the natural being more pathetic, forcing the reader to question the religion's response. The people respond to and not to but now, place treatment for attention. Current insights that are useful to explore how the old man with his tenuous status becomes a literary embodiment of the migrant experience, mainly because of the community's conflicting views and inability to classify him. The theme of statelessness, belonging nowhere, recognized by no one outside any social work, is embodied entirely in the figure of the old man himself. The old man's statelessness is a multiple political, social, linguistic, and ontological. A rights without origin, without documentation, without a language anyone can decode, without any institution willing to claim it. Following this, I will explore the theme of statelessness as a form of nakedness, as mentioned by Hannah Arendt, which strips individuals of the protective layers of rights and recognitions that clothe citizens within society. Next, this concept of nakedness forms individuals, cities, less like animals, little others. Finally, the paper will target political philosopher Giorgio Agamben's idea of the nothingness in the ultimate consequence of statelessness. Without such recognition, individuals are reduced to biological entities, what Agamben termed as very life, denied more by the physical, defined more by the physical characteristics than inherent qualities. Without legal entity, official documentation, or social documentation, the whole now, much like any migrant today, becomes invisible in the eyes of our society, a non-entity fit for the life of torture and exploitation. To begin with, in Hannah Arendt's The Decline of the Nation State and the End of Democracy, when detached from state rights, strip an individual down to the nakedness of being human and nothing but human. This mission reflects on the refugees' journey out of Colombia to violence, abuse, and a lack of protection as they migrate between countries, including the state of nakedness. Marquez first introduces a reduction in all transparent. Evokes the image of angels, wise villagers quickly. Yes, but everything about them seems to and stop ways pathetic. Done with them. Infested. The narrator tells her directly that his pitiful condition might have had. Father Gupta serves the of England. Nor do the villagers show him any dignity or respect throughout the story. They treat him instead without the slightest reverence. He is displayed like a circus animal, a sight. He's plucked, prodded, ranted, pelted with stones and garbage, and a prisoner in a filthy bucket exposed to the elements of nature. I would like to draw your attention to the way the opening appearance is noted and how it sets the tone for marginalization. The description of his sparse hair, beauty, emphasizes his frailty and old age, and visually mark him as weak and in decay. The virtuous character suggests a life sustained by scavenging society's trash, emphasizing his subalternity and poverty. The sudden appearance of mysterious beings in a small village captivates and transforms it into an object for consumption rather than a respected being. A shift in perception leads the villagers to focus primarily on his unusual features, his wings, and his condition, causing them to overlook of his humanness, much like an animal. Hannah Arendt and Marquez were parallel between legal abstract nakedness and the subject its physical and existential exposure. The old man's appearance is a complex paradox. It makes an object of curiosity rather than a subject of existence, reinforcing his alienation. While he's highly visible as anomaly, simultaneously humanity is hidden. At the juncture, I would like to draw your attention to the things again and what they represent. In the context of a statelessness, his wings are symbolic of traits that make individuals stand out, turning them other. Their race, their gender, their subalternity, their lack of citizenship, everything can lead to objectification. I'm reminded of the director of 26, a very recent film adaptation of David Bowie Frankenstein, in which Victor Frankenstein is hounded by so many things I got. Perhaps I was for the real world and hunt you and kill you just for being who you are, unquote. The treatment of the character of the old man in the story is a politicized narrative of transformation and stereotypes of marginalized societies. Marquez wrote the short story shortly after the violence, a period in Colombian history between 1948 and 1958, where a civil war waged between conservative and liberal parties. During this war, indigenous people caught the risks of state violence and armed groups in the narrative presented the armies and consolidation of capitalist state in repressive Colombia, hence violence against truth and structure. Indigenous people were given primitive and differences in appearance and them could represent the Colombia in the period between 1948 and 58 in the way he's trapped, penalized for not looking a particular way. The villagers could sometimes colonizers lacking the ability to treat the old man with care and respect. Magical realism attempts to bring lost voices and discarded fragments is an idea that we're very familiar with, but that is completely any assumed. Marquez removes the leaders from a fixed mindset, protects the colonizers, desensitizes towards indigenous people. He critiques those who do not prioritize their needs of their neighbors. Not only is the old man abused in the story, he's mocked as the indigenous people were too for their language, clothing, and traditions. Understandably, the old man is a source of the family's great fortune. The family makes a lot of money by capitalizing on his looks. Elisenda eventually comes to find him an intolerable annoyance, becoming exasperated and unhinged by his presence. There is also an equal suggestion of a potential dark side to this foreign presence. When Pelayo first sees him, he feels he's seen a nightmare, and the mental disorder of the old man's miracle suggests that his magical powers are uncontrollable, making him dangerous. When burned with a branding iron, the old man, startled, flapping wings, creates a whirlwind of chicken dung and lunar dust, a gale of panic that did not seem to be of this world. It is almost a moment of terror that calms down. The villagers regard him with renewed caution and fear. His passivity was not that of a hero taking his ease, as writes Marquez, but a cataclysm in repose. And though his visit truly brings miraculous by making them fabulously wealthy, it also seems to be a frightfully unnerving experience for them. When Pelayo and Elisenda finally design their dream home, the couple makes sure to make it angel-proof with iron bars. The violent reaction of the communities to unfamiliar people, especially to the figure of the migrant, reflects a societal issue where stateless individuals, Colombian migrants in particular, and Latin American migrants in general, are recognized for their outward circumstances and visible differences. Despite the clear visibility of their struggles for centuries together, their personal stories and rights of the stateless Colombians are consistently overlooked, making them socially and legally invisible, or in Hannah Arendt's words, without the legal recognition granted of citizenship, stateless individuals are stripped of their humanity, left vulnerable and naked, not only in a metaphorical sense, but in a very literal, visible way. They may be noticed but are not acknowledged as full societal participants. The symbolism of the old man's wings intensifies this dynamic. His visible vulnerability, displayed openly, exposes him to objectification. Ironically, his visible vulnerability displayed openly highlights his outsider status as he's discovered lying in the mud where the first stopped him. As illustrated in Marquez's description and treatment of the old man, He's then exploited for exhibition despite apparent need for help. Pilayo and Alessandra, of course, found the whole neighborhood in front of the chicken coop having fun with the angel, tossing him things to eat through the openings in the wire as if he was not a supernatural creature but a circus animal. Please note the setting of the chicken coop. It immediately places the old man in a context associated with animals, not with humans. This strips him of his identity, reducing him to an object and exhibit. This metaphor aligns with how stateless individuals become naked, reduced to nothing more than their outward appearance, exploited on their nature of being. This comparison emphasizes their otherness, and Hannah Arendt states again, the great danger arising from the existence of people forced to live outside the common world is that they are thrown back amid civilization on their natural givenness just because they look different and are different. They lack that tremendous equalizing of differences from being citizens of some commonwealth. Yet, since they are no longer allowed to partake in the human artifice, they begin to belong to the human race in much the same way as animals belong to a specific animal species. Deprived of social identity, this reduction to an animal status represents a loss of an identity accompanying the loss of recognized political status. Marquez uses the magical element of the old man's wings to justify the brutal treatment of him as an animal. The magical aspect of his wings pushes for exploitation, highlighting the villager's irrational response to him. They throw food through the wire as one might feed an animal in a zoo, emphasizing the destruction of his person. He is then likened to a circus animal, trapped and displayed for others' enjoyment. Finally, looking to tie in political philosopher Giorgio Agamben's treatment of sovereign power and how it rests on the decision about whether certain forms of life are worthy of living and certain forms of life are worthy of dying. Of course, Agamben drew a lot on Foucault's idea of biopolitics as well. Such a decision with the sovereign practice of categorization and division produces an expendable form of life that Agamben calls their
Can you hear me?
sovereign decision.
Am I audible? I think it is time for you to conclude. Could you please
Yes.
conclude? Could you please conclude? Am I audible? No, it was fine. Yeah.
Yes. So Agamben speaks about how the sovereign decision bans bare light from the legal and political institutions to which citizens normally have access. They are viewed not as humans but as numbers and problems to be known. Further reflecting on his statelessness, I conclude that the old man's passivity within his borrowed nest reflects stateless disempowerment. As mentioned, borrowed implies that nothing in his life is rightfully his. This condition mirrors the lives of many stateless and displaced Latin American migrants who, deprived of a stable legal status, cannot claim citizenship in their place or in society. In the post 9/11 context, and the United States is capitalizing on the narrative of the national threat in the homeland and the building of the wall to keep the alien threat out, Latin American migrants frequently depend on host governments whose support is unreliable and can be drawn anytime. Withdrawn. In conclusion, magical realism thrives on ambiguity, and Marquez leverages this to keep the old man's true nature open to interpretation. As Hannah Arendt says, they are seen but not recognized. Their identities are reduced to that of the migrant label, stripped of broader society and political context. His wings symbolize political ambiguity. He is neither a citizen nor a recognizable foreigner, but a figure outside conventional societal frameworks. Crucially, this man simply leaves in the end. He does not gain any citizenship in the world. The angel is a mystery when he arrives, and he's a mystery when he leaves. His departure is not a resurrection but an escape, reinforcing the idea that the world has no place for people who fall outside its categories. His statelessness is never remedied, it is simply abandoned. Thus, Arendt, Agamben, and Marquez's portrayal calls for reconsidering how societies recognize and treat who are the other. It challenges the audience to reflect on the implications of reducing someone to an object based on their lack of state status. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha, for a wonderful paper. What appears to be a short story, so nuanced and profound under your investigation. You have done the story in a very, very rigorous terms. So I I think it deserves a lot of appreciation. Thank you so much for that. We'll go ahead to the next presenter, Mandika. The title of the presentation seems to be the comparison student. We're all curious about to know about the comparison. Could you please start?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my paper, as sir just said, is Deciphering the Undecipherable, a comparative study of 100 years of solitude and the library of Babel. I hope I am audible. As we have been reflecting on and celebrating Gabriel Garcia Marquez and his remarkable legacy throughout the day, I want to repeat those details here. Instead, I'd like to move straight to the basic idea of my paper, which is also a very important concern, the desire to know. Human beings have always tried to understand the world around them. However, at the same time, we have also recognized that some forms of knowledge are beyond our understanding. These forms of knowledge may be meaningful and powerful, but they cannot be fully grasped. My paper explores this tension between the desire to know and the inability to fully understand. 20th century literature deals with this issue in a very deep and complex way, and the two texts I have chosen are powerful examples of this. The main concern of this study is to examine how these texts represent knowledge that cannot be fully understood. It focuses on the questions like what happens when knowledge becomes unreadable or undecipherable? Do archives and texts really preserve meaning? Or do they sometimes hide it? And what happens to human beings when they try to understand something that is beyond their limits? In terms of methodology, this paper follows a comparative textual approach where both texts are closely read and analyzed side by side, paying attention not only to their themes, but also to how they construct knowledge, meaning, and interpretation. The comparison is therefore not simply about similarities, but about how each text differently represents the limits of human understanding. At the same time, the study is supported by ideas from archive theory and memory studies, which help in explaining how knowledge is preserved, organized, and sometimes made inaccessible. The concept of the archive is particularly important here. The archive is not treated as a simple storehouse of information, but as a structure that both reveals and conceals meaning. As Derrida suggests in his concept of archive fever, given in his book titled Archive Fever, A Freudian Impression, that the archive is never complete or stable. It is driven by a desire to preserve, but at the same time, it produces uncertainty and excess. According to him, the archive is always in a state of overflow, never fully controlled or contained. Foucault's understanding of the archive as developed in the archaeology of knowledge is also used in this paper. Foucault believes that the archive helps one understand that knowledge is not just stored somewhere, but is shaped by rules that decide what can be said, understood, or even noticed. Concepts from memory studies are also employed to show how memory functions differently in both settings. So by combining these approaches, the paper treats both works as imaginary archives, spaces where knowledge exists but is not fully accessible. The main argument is that in both texts, meaning is not fixed or stable. Instead, it is uncertain, delayed, or even lost. The unreadable is not simply a problem, it becomes an important part of how knowledge works. Both texts show that even if knowledge exists, it does not mean that human beings can fully understand or control it. In 100 Years of Solitude, the character of Macbeth plays a very important role in introducing this theme. He brings with him objects like magnets, telescopes, and scientific instruments. These objects appear to offer knowledge and discovery, but they are never fully understood by the people of Mukonto. Instead, they create curiosity, confusion, and sometimes even chaos. Jaws Arcadio becomes deeply obsessed with these objects. At first, his curiosity seems positive and creative, but slowly it becomes excessive.
He begins to neglect his family and loses touch with reality. His desire to understand everything turns into an unhealthy obsession and eventually leads to his mental breakdown. This passage clearly describes his condition. I quote, that was the period in which he acquired the habit of talking to himself, of walking through the house without paying attention to anyone. He spent several days as if he were bewitched, softly repeating to himself a string of fearful conjectures without giving credit to his own understanding. Unquote. This shows an important idea in the novel. Curiosity is not always beneficial. When it goes beyond human limits, it can become destructive. Knowledge, in this case, does not bring clarity or progress. It leads to isolation and confusion. The most important symbol of undecipherable knowledge in the novel is Melquiades' manuscripts. Unlike the scientific instruments he brings to Macondo, which promise immediate utility, the manuscripts resist comprehension almost entirely. Written in coded language and accessible only across time, these manuscripts contain the entire history of the Buendia family, but they cannot be read or understood for most of the story. They exist, they preserve knowledge, but they do not reveal it. Only at the very end are they finally heard. And at that moment, everything becomes clear. However, this understanding comes too late. The events have already happened and nothing can be changed. This creates a powerful sense of inevitability and limitation. So, in Marquez' novel, knowledge is not absent, it is present but delayed. It exists, but it is not available when it is needed. This shows that having knowledge is not the same as understanding it. In the Library of Babel by Jorge Luis Borges, we find a bit different but equally powerful representation of this limits of knowledge. In the story, the entire universe is imagined as an infinite library containing all possible books. Every combination of letters exists somewhere in this library. This means that every truth is present, but so is every falsehood and every meaningless text. At first, this idea seems exciting because it suggests that all knowledge exists. However, very soon it becomes clear that this is actually a problem. Because there is so much information, it becomes impossible to find anything meaningful. The inhabitants of the library spend their lives searching for a book that will explain everything, but their search is always unsuccessful. They become frustrated, desperate, and even violent. In this case, the problem is not that knowledge is hidden or delayed. The problem is that there is too much of it. The excess of information destroys meaning. When everything exists, nothing can be clearly understood. This creates a sense of chaos and hopelessness. By comparing the two texts, interesting differences can be noticed. In 100 Years of Solitude, knowledge is structured but inaccessible. It is hidden in time and revealed only at a specific moment. In the Library of Babel, knowledge is completely available but scattered in an infinite space. One text shows the problem of delay, while the other shows the problem of excess. But both lead to the same conclusion. Human beings cannot fully understand total knowledge. Time and memory also play an important role in both works. In Marquez' novel, time is cyclical. Events repeat themselves and the past keeps returning. Memory is unstable and people often forget or misunderstand their own history. In Borges' story, time feels almost frozen. The search for meaning happens in an endless present with no clear beginning or end. The work of Maurice works on collective memory and memory studies in general provide a crucial lens to comprehending these things. Works contains that memory is not a completely individual phenomenon, but is instead constructed through social frameworks that give it form and significance. Memory in Marx's work is collective. Macanto's history is shared, forgotten, and perpetually rebuilt by its inhabitants. The insomnia epidemic, where individuals mark objects to remember them, demonstrates the fragility of memory and its need on external and societal reinforcement. At first, Borges's library confines people in an overwhelming archives, devoid of collective framework and thus memory shattered, reduced to a lonely eternal hunt. This contrast shows how memory loses consistency and significance without common social system. Archive theory further develops us understand these states. According to Derrida, archives are driven by a desire to preserve knowledge, but they are never complete or stable. In Borges's library, the archive is total, contains everything, but because of the test, it becomes useless. In Marques's, the archive exists in the form of manuscripts, but it is not accessible until the end. In both cases, the archive fails to provide clear and usable knowledge. Both texts also explore the psychological impact of this situation. Joss and Cato becomes obsessed with understanding the world and uses this sanity. Similarly, the inhabitants of Borges's library become desperate and irrational in their search for meaning. These characters show that the human mind is not capable of handling infinite or absolute knowledge. This leads to a very important insight. Curiosity is not always positive. When it becomes excessive, it can lead to destruction rather than understanding. Both texts challenge the idea that knowledge always brings progress or enlightenment. Instead, they show that knowledge can also create confusion, anxiety, and isolation. At the same time, these works do not completely reject the value of curiosity. Even though the characters fail to fully understand, they continue to search for meaning. This suggests that the act of seeking knowledge is still important, even if the result is incomplete. To conclude, both Gabriel Garcia Marquez and Jorge Luis Borges present powerful explorations of the limits of human understanding. They show that knowledge is not always clear, stable, or accessible. It can be delayed, hidden, excessive, or even meaningless. However, this does not make it unimportant. Instead, it highlights the complexity of human existence. In both texts, unreadability is not simply a failure, it becomes a space where meaning is constantly questioned and reinterpreted. The desire to understand may never be fully satisfied, but it remains an essential part of humanity. In this way, the search for meaning, no matter how incomplete or difficult, becomes more important than the final answer itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandeep, for a wonderful presentation on the obtuseness and obscurity in reading Marquis and Borges. So your paper highlighted quite a few interesting aspects, keeping in mind archive theory. Thank you very much for that. And with that, we go ahead with the next presentation, which happens to be again on the Ashma. Oh, he did. Okay, we have. Doesn't figure here. Okay. So Ruby Chandra is going to make a presentation.
Good afternoon to one and all present.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you. It is a privilege to be here today to present my paper titled Fictional Memory and Moral Complicity, Garcia Marquez in the Era of Post-Truth. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of Mellow for convening this conference and for creating a space to celebrate 100 years of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, a writer whose work continues to challenge, unsettle, and illuminate our understanding of history and Marquez's fiction, as I argue today, is not merely a reflection of Latin American glamour, but a profound exploration of the mechanisms through which truth itself becomes fragile, contested, and at times erased. And now with my paper, literature and the post-truth condition. The post-truth condition is frequently reduced to the problem of misinformation or proliferation of falsehoods in contemporary media environment. However, such a reduction fails to capture the structural depth of writing. As Dean McIntyre argues in Post-Truth, the defining feature of post-truth is not the mere existence of pride, but, I quote, a political culture in which debate is framed largely by appeals to emotion and by repeated assertion of talking points to which factual developments are ignored, unquote. Similarly, that piece conceptualizes the post-truth era as one in which it becomes negotiable rather than foundational. This shift resonates strongly with Hannah Arendt's warning that factual truth is inherently fragile. As she writes, I quote, facts need testimony and trustworthy witnesses to be established in order to find a more valid place in the domain of human affairs. Once the foundation collapses, things become valid. John Waterard extends further to the concept of simulacra, where the representation seems to reflect reality instead of replacing it altogether. Long before the term post-truth gained currency, Captain Marquez was already exploring this condition. His fiction does not merely depict unreliable realities, it investigates social production of unreliability. In his work, truth is neither absent nor inaccessible, rather, it is precisely by power, character, and self-interest. To put it differently, Marquez is less interested in whether truth exists and more interested in why society fails to uphold it, even when it is certain. This paper argues that Marquez anticipates post-truth tradition by transcribing three interrelated processes. First, the fragility of collective memory. Second, the instability of language truth. And third, the normalization of moral complexity. Before running for analysis, it is useful to briefly understand the narrative itself. 100 Years of Solitude recounts the history of Meteor family across the generations in the Congo, a town that evolves from isolation to destruction, marked by cyclical repetition and magical appearances. This treatment of memory is central to the novel's psychological concerns. The insomnia plague represents one of the most striking allegories in epistemic products. As memory begins to disappear, the inhabitants attempt to preserve memory through message, labeling objects in increasingly desperate ways. One of the most revealing inscriptions reads, I quote, "This is the love. She must be milked every morning so that she will swing." And this moment demonstrates that knowledge is no longer determinized, but artificial. Yet, even this strategy fails, as one describes that the system would principally require, I quote, a machine that would help them remember the meaning of the written word. The implication is quite clear. When memory collapses, language itself becomes insufficient. The representation massacre provides an illustration of the post-truth condition. After killing more thousands of workers, the state denies the event entirely. It insists, I quote, "There must have been 3,000 of them, all people at the station," unquote. Yet the officials' response is absolute negation. Quote, "They were not there," unquote. This contradiction encapsulates the collapse of actual truth. The event exists materially, yet it is erased physically. Over time, the official narrative prevails, not because it is convincing, but because it is institutionally reinforced. Marcus further emphasizes the consequences of this erasure through the novel's cyclical temporality. The Buendia family repeats the same mistakes, suggesting that history is not only remembered. As the final line of the novel suggests, quote, races condemned to 100 years of solitude do not have a second opportunity to grow," unquote. This is not merely a statement of this is not merely a statement about fate. It is an indictment of historical amnesia. Chronicle of the Death Foretold begins with a strikingly direct statement. Quote, on the day they were going to kill him, Santiago Nassar got up at 5:30 in the morning, unquote. From the very outset, the narrative removes any suspense regarding the outcome. Instead, it foregrounds the inevitability. The focus shifts from what happens to why is it allowed to happen. The narrator repeatedly emphasizes the extent of collective knowledge. Quote, "There had never been a death before told." This line is central to the understanding of the text's ethical argument. The problem is not lack of information, but a failure. Multiple characters are aware of an impending murder, yet intervention is consistently deferred, as one character reflects. Quote, "I thought it was a bluff. I didn't imagine that they would go through with it," unquote. This rationalization, however, this rationalization reveals how inadequate this is. The fragmentation of narrative further complicates the notion of truth. Testimonies conflict, memories are inconsistent, and reconstruction of event remains incomplete. Yet, significantly, this economic uncertainty does not prevent action, rather, it coexists with inaction. The role of honor is particularly important. It functions as a narrative that overrides empirical verification. Whether Santiago is guilty remains ambiguous, yet the accusation alone is sufficient to justify the violence. This reflects a broader post-truth dynamic that narratives gain authority through cultural legitimacy rather than factual accuracy. The Autumn of the Patriarch, Marcus presents the most extreme form of post-truth, the complete domination of reality by power. The narrative structure itself, which was long, unbroken sentences and shifting perspectives, creates a sense of disorientation that mirrors the instability of truth under authoritarian rule. The dictator constructs a reality in which contradictions are normalized. At one point, the narrative says that events are accepted simply because they are declared. Quote, it was true because it was said to be true, unquote. The circular logic reflects Baudrillard's notion of simulacra, where representation replaces the reality entirely. The dictator's power extends beyond political authority. As Marcus suggests, the regime produces a world in which verification becomes irrelevant. Truth is no longer something to be discovered, but something to be enforced. The population, in turn, adapts to this condition. Rather than resisting contradictions, they internalize them. This reflects Arndt's insight that organized crime aims not simply to deceive, but to destroy the capacity for judgment altogether. Magical realism serves as a crucial mechanism for exposing these dynamics. By integrating extraordinary elements into ordinary settings, Marcus challenges the authority of conventional realism. For example, the presence of ghosts in 100 Years of Solitude suggests that past is never fully erased. It persists even when it is denied. This aligns with the idea that magical realism does not obscure truth, but reveals it in contexts where traditional forms of representation are inadequate. As such, it functions as a counter-discourse to official narratives. Across these texts, Marcus consistently demonstrates that truth fails not only because of power, but because of collective complicity. In 100 Years of Solitude, people accept the denial of the massacre. In Chronicle, they fail to act despite the knowledge. In the Patriarch, they adapt to systemic discourse. These patterns suggest that post-truth conditions sustained through everyday practices of avoidance and rationalization. As one might summarize from the Chronicle, everyone knew, yet no one acted. Gabriel Garcia Marquez's fiction ultimately compels us to rethink the very condition under which truth survives or collapses within a society. Across 100 Years of Solitude, Chronicles of Death Foretold, and The Autumn of the Patriarch, truth is never entirely absent, rather, it is persistently present, yet progressively uncovered. This distinction is crucial. Marcus does not depict a world in which truth is unknowable, but one in which society becomes ineffective, a condition that resonates profoundly with contemporary theories of post-truth. The trajectory traces along these three texts may be understood as a gradual intensification of economic crisis. In 100 Years of Solitude, truth is not forgetting, a failure of memory that leads to repetition without understanding. In Chronicles of a Death Foretold, truth is known yet not acted upon, revealing the ethical dimension of post-truth as a crisis of responsibility rather than knowledge. Finally, the Autumn of the Patriarch, truth is systematically controlled and deconstructed by power, demonstrating the extreme end point of a regime in which reality itself becomes unstable. What emerges from this progression is a profound insight. Is not a singular event, but a process sustained through multiple layers of complexity. As Lopez argues, the failure to preserve collective memory is itself a form of participation in historical erasure. Similarly, broader scholarship on complexity emphasizes that systems of distortion persist not only through active enforcement, but through passive acceptance. Marcus's fiction dramatizes precisely this interplay between power and society. This insight directly challenges the reductive understanding of post-truth conditions as merely a problem of misinformation. As McIntyre suggests, Post-truth emerges not when falsehood replaces the truth, but when truth is to matter altogether. Marcus anticipates this condition by demonstrating by demonstrating that facts alone are insufficient. They require recognition, transmission, and ethical
So,
control.
could you please
Without
continue?
these, even the most evident realities,
Surabhi,
such
can you
as the
hear me?
natural. Yes, I'm about. Facts alone are insufficient. They require recognition, transmission, and ethical commitment. Without these, even the most evident realities, such as the massacre in Momondo and murder of Santiago South, can be denied, ignored, or and this work is distinctive but diagnostic. It identifies mechanisms in society and post-truth conditions, the erosion of memory, the fragmentation of narrative, and the normalization of complicity. These mechanisms are not confined to the world of thought. They are structurally embedded in the modern social and political life. These ethical implications are the of this analysis of activity is socially sustained, then its preservation depends on the collective of its consumer. Marketers' fiction suggests that greatest danger does not lie in the existence of falsehood, but the gradual accommodation to it in the willingness to forget, to remain active, or to adapt to wisdom. In this sense, Marcus offers not merely a but a warning. The post-truth condition is not inevitable, it is produced, and therefore it can be resisted. However, such resistance requires more than an assertion of facts. It demands active maintenance and sustained commitment. As to conclude, Garcia Marquez's enduring collective ability to illuminate paradox that defines our contemporary moment. That truth can exist, it can be witnessed, and it can even be known, and yet it fails. This picture reminds us that survival of truth depends on its inherent form, but on the collective organize and
Thank you very much, Surabhi. One paper. Your paper tried to highlight the notion of post-truth fiction, and we tried to make a case saying that Marquez foresaw post-truth condition and had incorporated post-truth situations in his work. That is something very enlightening, and it's a new insight. We appreciate your presentation. Thank you for that. And with that, we move ahead to the next presenter. The next presenter is Nishmi Zar. Yeah. I don't think the presenter has joined us.
Miss Bishmi Nizar, if you have logged in with another ID, can you please unmute yourself and let us know that you are here? Miss Bishmi Nizar. She's not here.
Hi. For question answers, we have three very interesting presentations. The first was by Natasha, which talked about the old man with the enormous wings. It brought out very interesting ideas concerning migration, statelessness, vulnerability. Very interesting paper. And after that, we had some interesting papers as well. Mandip Kaur talked about undecipherability, obtuseness, and she used the comparative method to understand the notion of obtuseness in the fictions 100 Years of Solitude and the Library of Babel. Then the third one was by Surabhi Chandra talking about post-truth, and she brought in very interesting perspectives concerning the manner in which truth seems to have disappeared, truth in the traditional sense of the term seem to have disappeared, and in its place we have entered into a fragmented condition of elusive truths. So I think all the three presentations, though they were online, we could relate to them and brought out very interesting insights and a major contribution to the field of market studies. It's open for questions, comments, clarifications, doubts.
If anybody has any question, can you please raise your hand?
Could I just add something?
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Surbi, this is for you. I really liked your paper, and I especially really liked how you tied in that whole, that narrative of that truth does not fail. So actually took it down when you were reading that truth does not fail because of power, but because of collective complicity, and how towards the end you say that, which creates a sense of historical erasure. That's such a takeaway for me in this, because sometimes I wonder that magical realism as a genre, and I don't know how you would agree that it's become so global now. So many people in different parts of the world are using it, which clearly shows that nobody's really fighting the state anymore, but they're just fighting the complicity, right? That everybody's just become so, they've dumbed down so much because they just don't want to think anymore. So thank you so much for that. I really like that aspect of your paper.
One of you said something about the man with the enormous wings, and actually several, I think all of you mentioned it. I was wondering if you are connecting it with Kafka by any chance, Kafka's Metamorphosis.
Yes, I did think about it, and a lot of times when you read this, you have one thinks of course, Kafka's brother Samsa metamorphosing into a dung beetle, and of course that ontological crisis, and even how identity goes out there. And Kafka, of course, that could also be put so much in the condition of marginality because of the Jewish marginality at that time as well, in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. But I think I would definitely agree that whether it is Reza Samsa being a dung beetle or the wings on that winged humanoid, I think the idea of alterity is something that makes a person not acceptable in society. It could be, and the wings could represent any form of alterity. It could be disability. It could be a form of ableism. It could be gender. It could be race. It could be caste, class, any form of alterity. And I think the wings, and that's why I think Marquez focuses on the wings rather than anything else. So I completely agree, Professor Jayatka, that metamorphosis does come to mind for sure when one reads the very old man with enormous wings.
I have a question, Natasha. You were trying to talk about very interesting notions like migration, statelessness, nakedness, vulnerability. What is interesting about the story is in the end of the conclusion of the story is magic realist. Yeah, the story is magic realist. And away it suddenly emerges and suddenly disappears, the old man. Now, how do you look at the ending? When you relate it to the notions of migration and related to the global situation concerning precariousness, etc., there is no ending to that crisis. Here is an escape route that is provided by Marquez, whereas what is actually happening in the story is it is a magic realist ending where the old man suddenly disappears and the people who are taking care of him are left in the lurch. What happens to this parallel when it comes to the actual migrants who have crossed borders? There is no way in which they can vanish. They live in the liminal zone. They live in the third space of whatever. So yeah, your take on that?
I think that's such a valid question, and I think that's exactly, and I think you've answered what Marquez wanted to ask his readers. I think that's a very astute observation, that Marquez leaves the ending completely open-ended, which he does mostly, right? And that's what magical realism is all about. And I think we need to do the intellectual legwork as readers and fill in the meaning, one of which you have just done very beautifully. I completely agree that when compared to the current situation, it's something so similar, because whether the migrant comes, whether the migrant goes, whether the migrant remains just a dot or a speck in the sky when the angel flies off, that is the reality of the migrant in today's experience all across the world, considering the refugee and migrant crisis. So whether the migrant is treated like a spectacle or a circus animal, or is prodded or burnt or locked up, or whether the migrant disappears, life carries on. And that's why I come back to what probably Surabhi said, that it's all because of collective complicity that we don't understand and accept alterity as well. So I don't know if that responds to your question, because your question in itself was a fabulous answer. but I hope I've done justice to that.
I have one question to Surabhi also. I have a very general question when I was listening to you. I mean, I don't know. This is fictional truth by nature is post-truth. Any fictional truth for that matter is post-truth by nature because it is not factual truth. We are not claiming any fact when we write a novel. So what is so special? I mean, of course, your paper is really very special. I know that. But having said that, let me just understand how is it? How do you make a case saying that you locate post-truth in a writer who is actually telling us, who is kind of giving us a lot of fictional truths, which anyway is post-truth. Did I make sense?
Right, sir. Thank you for the question. Sir, I would like to say that first of all, whenever we approach fiction, we always have we always have it at the back of the mind that we need to approach it with a brain suspension of disbelief. We do not read into the actualities of it. We do not take it on the exact value or the factual value of whatever the author has written for us. But when we see that, I think the author is just simply making us aware that maybe he is taking a fictional account into consideration, but nonetheless, the realities of the world are also headed towards a similar scenario, wherein people are not researching before they consume any factual information. They take everything on the face value of it, and whatever appeals to their emotions, it actually becomes easier for people that whatever caters to their emotional needs or their beliefs or their ideologies, it's very convenient for them to accept it as is rather than having some unsettling opposition to their thoughts, which probably might be the factual reality. So I think that Garcia Marquez, in his readings, I just feel that it is just a type of warning wherein we should be aware of the fact that this hyperconsumerism or this latent form of consumption of factual knowledge should not be the way to go about in the world, and we should keep our sources very clear in order to create a shared reality with the society at large.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess there are no further questions. What I really liked about this session is Gabriel Garcia Marquez is a magic realist writer, but the three presenters made him so realist and made him showing the manner in which he is actually grappling with the contemporary reality and making him relevant to the contemporary situation concerning migration, post-truth, etc., and archival sources and the way in which certain things in novel become undecipherable, which is a contemporary problem. Incomprehensibility is a major problem these days. So I think all the three presentations were very relevant, very contemporary, and to the core, to the point. Something really very amazing, and I think these are wonderful contribution to Marquis studies. Thank you very much, all the three presenters. It was indeed wonderful listening to you. We learned a lot from you. Thank you for that, and thank you very much, organizers, Professor Chekka and Professor Manpreet Kaur, Madam, for providing me with this opportunity to chair the session. The pleasure was all mine. Thank you.
Can we please have a big round of applause? With this, we conclude our final session for the day. Like the closing of the chapter of a compelling narrative, this session brought together diverse voices and perspectives, reminding us that every ending is also a continuation of that thought. As we conclude the first day of this conference, we would do. Sorry. And thanks to the chair, he was a wonderful chair. Oh, yes, thank you so much. As we conclude the first day of this conference, we do so with minds enriched and perspectives expanded. Let us carry these reflections with us and return tomorrow with renewed enthusiasm for the further dialogue. We will start the first session tomorrow at 9 a.m., but we request you all to kindly be here before 9 a.m. I request all the presenters and participants to kindly be on time. Before parting, I have a small announcement, that is registration forms and feedback forms is provided in the kit. We would like to request the presenters to kindly fill both the forms and submit it on the last day, that is tomorrow. With this, we end our day one of Mini-Melow. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us, both offline and online. And have a pleasant evening. Thank you so much.